Just before we start, a very quick announcement. I'm trying to find my LC1 chair. LC1. LC1 chairman. And my cow. Where's the cow? At least I know the cow is. Where's the cow? Is there? Fine. LC1. LC5 is also here. LC1. I'm just making sure. Yes, please. Please. He's a very important man. We are in his constituency. LC1. Asante. Afoyo. So we should have about a minute or two to start. Thank you very much. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, just allowing the TV stations to start their broadcast. But I want to welcome you in a very, very special way on behalf of the Uganda Investment Authority to this West Nile Investment Summit. As you can see, our theme, mobilization of domestic investment for industrialization, market access, and job creation. I want to thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us this morning. Tunawashukuru sana sana. Karibu Nebi District. Makofi tafadhali. Rounds of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Minister of State for Investment, Honorable Evelyn Anite, the Honorable Minister for State for Northern Uganda, Grace Kuyuchini, the Honorable Minister of State for Defense, Veteran Affairs, Honorable Alero Huda. I want to welcome you to this investment summit. Our members of parliament who are here, and I want to recognize the members of parliament who are here, and in a very special way, I will be mentioning you and recognizing you in your capacity because you're the area members of parliament, and we want to thank you for welcoming us to this very beautiful Nebi district. The visiting delegation from the Democratic Republic of Congo. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to put your hands together for the team from the Democratic Republic of Congo. Asante sana. Thank you so much for joining us. And I don't want to delve into what will probably be the bigger part of the conversation today. We know what happened yesterday in Nairobi, Kenya. And I'll leave that to the chairman of the board and the board, the Director General of UIA to speak to that. But I want to welcome all of you, the district leaders of Nebi District. Ladies and gentlemen, can we put our hands together for the district leaders of Nebi? We have the LC5 chairman here, and the COW and the different district leaders, members of the council, but also the LC1 chairman of this area. So I want to welcome all of you. In this room, ladies and gentlemen, we also have the different stakeholders. And in a very special way, allow me to recognize our partners, our sponsors. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to our sponsors who've ensured we can come here in this fantastic park to be able to have this conversation. Members of the private sector, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome you to this very first West Nile Investment Summit, and I want to request in a very, very special way to put our hands together to the team at UAA for inviting us to the park to be part of this summit. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Maurice Mugisha, and I work with Uganda Broadcasting Corporation, and UBC and Next Media, NBS, are media partners of this investment summit. And I want, in a very special way, to recognize those media houses and our other media partners who are here with us this morning. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me in a special way pick up the different categories of groups of people that are represented here and recognize them, right? So I will begin, and I have mentioned the honorable ministers. Allow me not to start there. Nataka, my Swahili is not so good, so ni ile kidogo. Sasa request ile team ya DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo, please stand. Stand for recognition. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to see the big delegation from the Democratic Republic of Congo. I will introduce them. Merci. Thank you so much. Asante sana. I want also in a special way to recognize members of the UAA board. The chairman is here, and the board members, please stand for recognition. We want to know you and appreciate you for inviting us here to your industrial park. That's the chair and his members of the board. The senior management team at UAA, I have the director general here and some of his senior members if you're here, but I know they are moving up and down. We want to thank you so much for joining us. And also now, the Nebi district leaders. The LC5 chair, the COW, please stand. Those are our very important hosts. And also the other district leaders from West Nile. If we have representatives from Arua, please stand. Pakwach, if you're here, district leaders who are here, and I know some of them are still on the way, but I want to thank you for joining us. And also our partners, the sponsors. If you're seated here, and I know some are in the one-stop center. Our sponsors, if you're here, please stand. We want to recognize you, and in a very special way, we will at some stage. I think they're at the one-stop center. So, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to start, and we want to kick off with the LC1 chairperson for Umvuru, and I want to invite the honorable, not the honorable, but of course the chair, Chizito Mogorek, to come and speak to us. Please come. And as he comes, I want to request we continue to observe the COVID-19 SOPs. So as soon as I leave the mic, I will have my mask on. And if you can, sanitize as much as you can. We've provided sanitizers in the room. And we'll ensure that this particular space is also sanitized for each speaker. Thank you very much. Karibu.
Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, COW, Nebi District, RDC, Nebi District, SC5, Nebi District, Director General, UIA, Chairman Board Director, UIA, Member of Parliament, Badira County, Kumu Aika Bedu Matong Cheke, Minister of State for Privatization and Investment, Minister of State for Northern Uganda, Chairman NRM, Navy District Keja Dubango, Tikindoka Keni, UPDF Special Force Coach, Ajolu Cheke Kabuduma Eni. Mapoda Chede Borongo, Kuwin Mapol, Amita Katim Wun, Matinu Katwachor Kakai, Ekabinemu, Kachak Win Bukende. Dit one party with Jupakara, Tiajola Kakai. eni obedo won ngoma ko tin wa chokra ka keni ne won ngom ne eni eke mutu na kana ka chidi wen mukende
afoyo welo mu ai ka bedo ma tong tong matin gi bino paspara ma eni ana tie won ngom ma mu bedie eni tie ngom ma para ngom eni kama a winjulen ma eni pa investment tunya bedu yom angenya investment kelo dongo ngom ma ber na wiya mutie pacho ma somo vode chobutim tish here magamba mi ochunya wacho ngom eni investment iti iye uketa jolo ngom eni menga jolo wu kuchinga par afoyo wu lwa chuku mi Uganda cheka foyo ya an we ape ku wech ma pol tinte wech parango ami umish maber engere podi anju foya rengo ba podi foya ngo are ami umish dongdo kameni ba obi yori nge obi wech kudu ape ku wech ma pol afoyo
enu bedo wech won ngom ameto family members pa jopo chakre cheke chege agi chunga keri ke modano ko chunga ke ko modano cha chunga modano ko pa chunga fo geta ge mekere pin wa ngom ko tuwa chokra ya keni eni an ko nyiga temo gre kizitu ati chairman SSL mi kamiro voro sel baro isward na ravuranga town council amita foy nebi district local government ko council the government of Uganda Republic, Gillian Mateng Naya Industrial Park, Obedika Bedumamwa, a fog, Yamitugutungo. I'm going to cook candy tea, Umvero sell take a Bedumakutu tea my bear. The minute of sub county the Kutu tea my bear, Birinebe de Gita Kukun Lane, Gabimakutu tea ear, Dongom Timber ear. I'm going to Dongom Bedma Bear, Nikum Kutu on me. Mukandanga ya Industrial Park bukelo tin maber merara domo na kanja wa edo basi wa chwa ticho lokacha ange wangini ka Industrial Park tie kakae beda be dungu de swabe dupe awe chia ko lwen pin wangu fente karga gitim ko dongo ngoma it e Uganda ko ta lwen nya ya wa lwen ma ke be di nebi be du foundation gida nebi onyola bakwat onyola zombo ko to tin pin ne pi bogesa bande be do gi nebi wa fo ye mon ko kene ni angewe nyaya le mapire tek akwa minister nyaya inge roma eni nang romo jo ne chalge pio ge bin iwa valwa si valwa kana gi chobo binu karabe kangani fan pa jopo chakre magimi ngom karachiel ku nebi district local government gibeda ngiyanya do wo chobo dara ko gni nedi kara yom chuni bedu tie yegide ko to ma de yibon pati we chinya no po denji foye ngo de di binu foyi we de check yo kangen e do we de check eni do ngu check kan be binu eni en labutie mo kanda yo akenu tie ba po la ran ken nage yebo wer mo ko ma ber ko tugu be jolo minister mamwa ka ko nu kare baromu akwa nyaya gibi wer mo ko nyoku tugu mo ko ma na kokoro before ko du ka bedu ni ya tirande mokende gemi obasa moku akeni minister mamwa lemi ya ngeyongo ko ne binu anka keni eni to ngaji ku wechi manyaka koni rombo lal ko dok akwa mongo makogwo ku cheke wonda be kende wa lunyu cheke pe dango ngom makogwo ti iwange the foyo and the SC5 chairman obini apejiwe ko kare manyando ire kokoro ejiruwe gichobo wechu joli.
Ladies and gentlemen, my work here is not to deliver a speech, but just to give some little interpretation and translation of what our gallant chairman of Omboro village had given in his speech. The chairman LC1 began by welcoming everyone in various capacities in this place, and also went ahead and and invited a member of Jopo Shakire, who are the true land owners of this place. And the owner had this to say. He said, up to now they are not yet been appreciated, and they pray that they should be appreciated. And also he went ahead introducing other family members to show that this thing has been an open process, that there was nothing fishy. All the family members of Jopo Shakre, the owners of the land, they are there. Then the LC1 continued with this speech, and in his speech, he assured the public that this place is so much secured and there is no cause of alarm. And he went ahead and said his prayers, and he hopes that this industrial park will bring a lot of employment for his people in this place, and this will control rural-urban migration, where his young people used to move to Kampala and other places looking for job. He went ahead and requested the Minister for Finance and the Nebi District local government to quicken the process, the full process of full land acquisition from the Jopo Shakre to the government. Then he requested that at given moment, they should be given opportunity to present, and also there is some nice song that they have prepared for the Minister for Investment. They want to sing and present to her. Then he also went ahead and he said there is an envelope that they are going to hand over to the Minister for Investment. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
I think we can do better than that. The LC1 chairman welcomed you to his village, and we are not giving him a thunderous applause. Thank you very much, Mr. Chizito Afoyo, and we thank you for your honest remarks this morning. All right. So a little later, we'll also have some translation for French for our delegation from the DRC, and my brother will be running us through that translation, Mr. Adi Masemi. All right. So we want to quickly now move, and I wanted to let you know that the LC5 chair will speak also very shortly, so I'll invite him formally to give his speech. But I want to invite the Chief Administrative Officer for Nebi District to come, Mr. David Wamburu, to come and welcome us. And in a very big way, allow me to request that we clap for him and the District of Nebi for providing this land.
Our guest of honor for this summit, honorable ministers present and ministers of state, members of parliament, visiting delegation from near and far, traditional leaders who may be in our midst, religious leaders, the chairperson of the board of directors for the Uganda Investment Authority and the membership, heads of government agencies present, the resident district commissioners for the region, the district chairperson Nebi and colleagues from the region, the district political leadership at all the levels of governance, the technical teams from both the central government and the local government, the entire business community present, all invited guests in your various capacities, ladies and gentlemen. I'm called Wamburu David Wasike. I'm the Chief Administrative Officer for Nebi District. On behalf of Nebi District Local Government and on my own behalf, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you most sincerely to Nebi District. I would like to thank you for sparing your precious time to grace this very important summit. I know it has been a hectic schedule and period for government in the recent past, since we lost our Speaker of Parliament, the late Right Honorable Jacob Lokori Olanya. I want to request you to all rise up for a moment of silence in memory of the deceased. May his soul rest in eternal peace. You can get seated. Our guest of honor, allow me to first of all thank the Uganda Investment Authority and all the other stakeholders who have relentlessly worked very hard to have the West Nile Investment Summit take place in the district today. We have been looking forward to this day with a lot of optimism. In line with the vision of the NDP3, this summit provides opportunities for the West Nile region's socio-economic transformation. This investment summit also serves as an opportunity to showcase the region's strategic potential for both foreign and domestic investment. Our chief guest, this summit also exposes our local investors to the available opportunities to boost their investment. You'll get time to move around and see what our local entrepreneurs are trying to do. Our local investors should also be able to network with the wider business community and establish appropriate networks. Chief guest, this forum is also going a long way in preparing our people to embrace the development of the industrial park, which is slated to be established at this place with the enormous benefits and advantages which come along with it. I would like at this stage to salute the entire district leadership of Nebi District, and particularly the people of Omvor village for supporting this project. Once again, I would like to welcome you all to the West Nile Investment Summit and look forward to a fruitful interaction during the summit. Thank you very much.
Je vais seulement résumer ce qu'il vient de nous dire. Il s'est adressé d'abord, premièrement, pour saluer tout le monde, pour accueillir tout le monde. Il y a beaucoup de gens, beaucoup de ministres, il les a salués. Et vous qui êtes notre visiteur, surtout notre partenariat, c'est-à-dire ceux-là qui sont venus de Congo, surtout ceux qui sont venus de Congo, on vous a accueillis et on vous a remercier d'être venu ici en Ouganda, en particulier à ces lieux, pour pouvoir promouvoir l'investissement dans cette région. Donc, il a été très très content, c'est-à-dire ça ouvre les opportunités pour nos gens, pour les jeunes, et aide, ça aide pas seulement la région ici, ou les gens ici, ça va aider tout le monde. Et il a aussi remercié les autochtones d'ici, les gens ici, c'est-à-dire cette partie accueillante de pouvoir nous accueillir dans cette partie. Donc, il les a remerciés. Donc, en bref, ce discours, c'est sur l'accueil et pour vous remercier d'être venu, d'être d'être bon partenaire dans cet investissement, le grand investissement que nous allons pouvoir commencer avec vous. Donc, surtout, il est très très content. Il souhaite que nous continuions avec cette grande entreprise que nous voulons entreprendre, que nous voulons faire ensemble. Donc, à bref, c'était ça. Donc, il a remercié tout le monde.
Merci, merci, Adesemi. I think for those of us who dropped French in S2, now we are regretting. And it's really unfortunate because, what was initially set out as a West Nile Investment Summit has now become the International West Nile Investment Summit. Because now we are speaking not to just Ugandans who are watching us on UBC and NBS, but we are talking to the French community in West Africa, we are talking to the French community in the DRC, right next door, and of course the international community who are watching us on the different YouTube channels. And if you have a friend who wants to follow the conversation, please ask them to look out for the Next Media YouTube channel, the UBC YouTube page, if they can download the Afro Mobile app, and also the Your TV app. They will be able to follow this conversation wherever they are in the world. It doesn't matter where they are. So to the delegation from the DRC, our friends at home can be able to watch this conversation. And if you're sharing on social media, on Twitter and on Facebook, use the hashtag #InvestInWestNile, because that's what we are here to do. And the conversation this morning will really focus on the 4 key areas of our conversation this morning. Domestic mobilization for investment, and that's why we have members of the private sector in this room, and I know the Private Sector Foundation Uganda is represented. We are speaking to issues of financing, and if you notice, most of our sponsors are banks that are here represented. We are talking about facilitation for investment here in West Nile, and we have Uganda Revenue Authority and the other agencies like National Water and Sewage Corporation that are represented here, and the other agencies that enable you or enable the ease of doing business in Uganda. And finally, of course, capacity building and being able to mobilize our people to provide the skill set and the jobs that we want to create through this investment pack. And I hope I'm not watering down on the chairman and the DG's speech, but I'm just doing my own intro, so forgive me if I am. I want to, in a very special way, welcome the members of the private sector who are here in this room. I want to thank you so much for joining us, and at a given moment, we will, a round of applause, we will invite you to speak. Some of them include our local investors in Nebi and Arua and the Greater West Nile, who are represented here in this room. But before we do that, I want to quickly now move into the program, because we are adjusting the program so that we are able to receive our chief guest when he arrives. So I want to invite one of the board members of URA. If you notice, if you have a program, he should have been speaking a little later in the panel discussion. But we want him to come now and maybe open up the panel immediately after he's spoken. Allow me to invite Angelo Izama. Angelo, if you can come. Angelo will be running us through his presentation on the investment license and facilitation. And immediately after that, if time allows and our chief guest is not here we'll immediately run into our panel discussion. You're welcome, Angela. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. I was hoping to observe other speakers before speaking, but these guys have thrown me into the deep end. But that's all good. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the West Nile Investment Summit. I'm very happy to be back here. I haven't been to Arua in a couple of years. I'm from Moyo, which is not very far away from here. So if there, of course, there are people from Adjumani and Moyo here, Zianyilaka. You're welcome. Andre Nyiramuzi. So I will be leading a panel here on made up mostly of utility companies. That is mainly because we are here physically on this land, but what you don't see is that in a couple of years there will be buildings here, industries and manufacturing. So my panel is really meant to say how does this investment here transform? This is how it begins. But the utility companies, particularly those involved in ensuring that we have a serviced industrial park, the water companies, the road company, electricity company, and others will be joining me shortly for the panel that I'll lead. But allow me to do my introductions first. The Honorable Minister of Finance, who's going to be here, is our chief guest, Honorable Matia Kasaija, who is representative here. Minister of State for Finance, in charge of investment and privatization, who also supervises the Investment Authority, Honorable Evelyn Anite. The Minister of State for Northern Uganda, Honorable Grace. Minister of State for Defense, Honorable Yuda. Our chairman of the board, Maurice Onraka Kamba. My colleague, Mama Naima, who's here she's on the board with me. Two of my other colleagues couldn't make it here, one because he was feeling unwell, and the other one because he's traveling with the Secretary for the Treasury. So they send their apologies. The head of the delegation from the Democratic Republic of Congo, welcome, as my colleagues have said. Now this is your place. We welcome you to the community, but also we have been neighbors a long time. You do not need a summit, to recognize that we are brothers. Many of these people you see here, they say they are from Arua, but in fact they are Congolese. Yeah, that's the reality of our place here. Even Charles Odongtho there is a Congolese man. Yeah, the LC5 chairman of NEBI, honorable members of parliament, the government agencies, our esteemed corporate partners and investors, also our greater community of West Nile. And as I said, if you're from Adjumani and Moyo, you're welcome, and I'm happy here to also speak on your behalf. Now, this is an interesting location for an investment summit. Most people may not know it, but if you're a student of history like I am, a lot of communities in Uganda really are migrant communities. They come through two corridors, one from the north, so we have our brothers who are Nilotic here, and another from the Kato corridor, so the Interlacustrian corridor. Mostly cattle keepers, they go all the way through Soroti and Karamoja. They are the same. However, the truly aboriginal communities in the Great Lakes region are found here in West Nile. These people have been here since the 13th century. So it's a very old place, in particular this location here is interesting, and I'll tell you a small story. Most communities are classified by what they do. So when you look at development, you say, okay, how did the community go from growing crops to maybe keeping cattle to doing some other kind of activity? In Parombo, which is not far from here, this is one of the only first investment communities known in the history of this great area. Why? Because it was a small community that survived only on trade. They didn't grow crops. They were not cattle keepers. They were the original investors. So, as you can see, this location has got a certain old-time spirituality. And I'm hoping that in the spirit of this place, what we're doing here will last very long. Secondly, being from West Nile, I want to tell you something about my brothers and sisters here. These people are true Republicans. Every West Nile, every man in West Nile is like a chief in his own place. They're independent-minded people. Often, if you try and do something in their home, they'll say, you know, are you the one who feeds me? That's the attitude of West Nilers. Are you the one who feeds me? The reason why I want to address particularly the men here in West Nile is that even if you're Republicans and independent-minded, the business of investment is an interdependent activity. It requires cooperation. So you have to set aside that independent spirit that often makes it difficult for us to work together. Am I wrong? So you Republicans here, you West Nilers, especially the men, don't come with this attitude of, I want to do it alone. We are going to do it together. Very well. Now, I work on the board of the Investment Authority. We are a specialized government agency. We do investment promotion and facilitation. This year, and for the foreseeable future, we're going to support domestic investment. Now, whenever I meet business people, the first thing I ask them is, do you have an investment license? Because that's the point at which we start to interact. Anything that our agency does for you begins with a document called the investment license. Now, an investment license is a very important document. It gives you access to whatever the government is going to do for you as an investor. And I'm going to start, especially if you are, because we'll provide this information to you, but I want to, if you're a business person, explain what this means. And I have found people who should be in the know, including senior government officials who run businesses and who don't have an investment license. I won't be mentioning names, but here are the kind of things we do for you once you have an investment license. First, if you're in the agricultural sector, this is the main sector the government prioritizes. You have a 10-year, I'm going to talk about the tax exemptions, tax incentives. We give you a 10-year exemption on income from commercial farming. In other words, you pay no tax on your income from commercial farming. We extend a 10-year exemption on income from agro-processing. So if you are adding value to agricultural commodities and you have our license, yes, you won't be paying tax on your income from agro-processing. This is really money in your pocket because we want your businesses to grow. And most people don't understand the value of that, so they don't get our license. If you're in a processing zone for exports, we give you an exemption. In other words, you pay no tax on imported raw materials and intermediate goods, including machinery, equipment, spare parts, which are for use in the zone that you're in. And of course, we give exemption on import duties on plant and machinery. Those are zero rated. If you're bringing in machinery, don't pay tax on it. The government will pick up that bill for you. Unprocessed agricultural products are also exempt from VAT, value added tax, so that relieves local investors, especially if you're processing, because you have cash flow issues. So we don't want you to pay for inputs that are going into into the agricultural process. So unprocessed agricultural products, which are inputs, are relieved from tax. Now, for the bigger manufacturers, especially if you're in one of our industrial parks, like this one here, we give you a very generous 10-year exemption on the export of finished consumer and capital goods for those people who are involved in on that kind of activity. The corporate tax holiday we are talking about, actually, it comes down to quite a bit of money. So a 10-year tax relief is not a simple matter, and we take it very seriously. The reason why the government is so generous with these facilities, because the capital requirements for manufacturing are heavy. But we will give you a 10-year corporate tax holiday. Now I look around here and I see mostly black people and black faces. Often people say that the investment authority represents, they tell this to our faces, oh, you guys represent Chinese and Indians. Okay, of course Indians and Chinese are our brothers. But in manufacturing, in our experience, because we Ugandans, you don't bother to come and get our license. The people who come and process these generous tax holidays are foreign investors. And then we complain that there is favoritism. In fact, the law allows us to treat investors the same. But something like this 10-year tax holiday, it gives a huge boost to manufacturers. Now, if you're in the industrial park, the 10-year tax holiday is on income as well, income that you receive, for operators in our industrial parks. Plus, we exempt VAT on the supply of particular services if you're in our free zones and industrial parks. In the tourism sector, and this is a great place for tourism, obviously. On my way here, I noticed that at the bridge there, someone should really invest in water-related tourism. It's a very serene spot there. But if you're involved in tourism, for tourism vehicles, we absent import duty. So you come and process it, you bring that. These vehicles tend to be specific, they're expensive, but you don't pay import taxes on it. If you are in hotels, and I've met, it's from yesterday, people who are investing in hotels, including my sister there, who's building a facility by the Arua Golf Course, and you can take note of this. Hotel equipment, fixtures and furniture are also exempt from import duties. I know some of the stuff you ought to buy it here. We would encourage you to procure furniture from local sources, but you guys want to live in furnished hotels. Now you know, if you're investing there, that those equipment, fixtures and furniture will exempt them from import charges. VAT is also exempt on accommodation in tourist hotels and lodges upcountry. And this is really important because it's an additional tax. So there's no VAT paid on accommodation in tourist hotels and lodges located upcountry. For all sectors, and you have to bear with me because this is really the meat of what we do, we have 100% allowable expenditure on scientific research. So if you're doing research on a product, that activity is tax-free. You can claim back whatever you spend. We also give 100% rebate on expenditure for training. I was speaking to my sister earlier that the cost of training new people, especially if you're doing hotels, maintaining high quality human capital is a huge burden. You have to constantly train people. But and for our audiences in and around the country, most people do not know that your training expenses are 100% tax deductible. So whatever you spend on training, you pay no tax on it, because we want you to improve your human capital over time. So that's a huge relief. So there is also deductibility on plant and machinery, obviously, for all sectors. We give certain kind of provisions for people who are involved in agricultural productivity and agro-processing. So there are specific things. You come to us, we'll talk about it. There's an accelerated deductibility in respect to industrial buildings. If you're making a huge investment in a building, we can give you a one-off relief. We'll calculate it based upon the cost of the property. But we also do a lot of non-tax related support. At the authority, we have something called the one-stop center. That one-stop center integrates. Now we have 13 government agencies sitting in one place. So often if you are an investor, because we want you to focus on investment, you don't have to go to URA or UNBS or any other government agency related to your activity. You come to URA. We have service level agreements with these other agencies, and so we do a lot of the documentation for you at our facility. So if you're acquiring secondary licenses, like you're involved in processing, if you need certification from the Bureau of Standards, you don't have to go to them. You come to us, we have an officer there who does certification. You'll get your documentation done at URA. We also interact with, and now there's a big push, as you shall see in the course of the day. Financing is a big deal. We are now in the business of figuring out how to assist investors with financing. If you come to us, we make the introduction to banks. We will match you with the right financial provider for your service, because not everyone has to go to the same kind of source of financing. We have partners who are development partners and so on and so forth. So we will figure out what your financing needs are, what is your range, and you don't have to do that by yourself. Including, we'll give you access to business advisory services, which are provided at the, for example, by the Uganda Development Bank. If you are working with foreign expertise, yes, we will help you with processing your work permits, access to land for investment. So there's a range of non-tax incentives we provide, including aftercare. But as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, if from my introduction you feel that you're learning about UIA afresh, I appreciate it. It's a learning curve. If you take anything away from here, we have an on-site here, one-stop center. They are located there. You can go to them, find out how you can get an investment license, and then let us begin your journey. Especially if you're a domestic investor, we would like to give you as much assistance as the government has already paid for. So, I thank you for listening. I'm going to invite the master of ceremonies here to invite the panel. I do not know who's on my panel, and we'll continue the conversation. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. Je vais seulement résumer ce dont il a parlé. Donc, il a parlé euh, de l'accueil de tout le monde encore. Et il a aussi parlé de ces milliers, en disant que c'était un millier aussi accueillant pour l'investissement. Donc, il a parlé brièvement aussi des problèmes de l'immigration, en disant que la plupart des gens de cette région, c'est-à-dire quand nous parlons de West Nile, c'est-à-dire les gens qui sont à l'ouest du fleuve Nil, donc ces gens ici, donc la plupart sont des immigrés, ils sont venus d'ailleurs. Mais pour les gens ici, là où nous sommes, ce sont les autochtones. C'est ce qu'il nous a dit. Il a aussi parlé il a expliqué un peu sur comment les gens font l'investissement dans ces liens, en disant que surtout on fait l'investissement individuel. On fait ici avant, c'est-à-dire l'investissement individuel. Donc, il a expliqué cela un peu. Donc, il a continué à dire que pour l'investissement comme tel de s'agrandir, il faut qu'il y ait une coopération. Il faut qu'il y ait une coopération parmi les investisseurs. C'est que les investisseurs doivent être en collaboration, en coopération pour que l'investissement se déroule bien. Donc, il a parlé aussi que ces milliers, là où nous sommes, les autochtones d'ici, comme ils sont très accueillants, ils vont aussi pouvoir supporter n'importe qui va pouvoir investir, dans ces milliers. Donc, c'est-à-dire ces milliers accueillants pour tout le monde. Il a aussi parlé de donner des licences pour ceux qui veulent venir investir ici. Et il a dit que eux aussi, de l'autorité d'investissement d'Ouganda, ils vont pouvoir aussi vous donner cette chance. C'est-à-dire toutes les documentations possibles, ils vont le faire, ils vont donner ça pour vous. Quand vous voulez venir investir ici, alors toutes les documentations possibles pour vous faciliter dans votre investissement, ils vont pouvoir vous aider. Donc, il est parti. Il a cité maintenant quelques exemples. Par exemple, si vous voulez faire le développement des champignons, il a cité cet exemple. Pour les champignons, ils peuvent vous donner, par exemple, une période de 10 ans. Là, vous n'allez pas payer une taxe, vous n'allez pas payer de taxes. Il a parlé de ça. Il a aussi parlé de ce qui est lié avec l'agricole, c'est-à-dire investissement agricole. Quand vous voulez aussi faire ça, on va pouvoir aussi vous donner quelques périodes, c'est-à-dire une période de 10 ans pour que vous ne puissiez aussi pas être, c'est-à-dire chargé, ou bien vous n'allez pas payer de taxes. Il a parlé de ça. Et il a aussi mentionné d'autres types d'investissements, par exemple, là où vous n'allez pas, par exemple, ceux-là qui sont liés, surtout des investissements agricoles. Il a mentionné, il y a des périodes là où on va vous donner de pouvoir travailler gratuitement pour un certain moment. Donc, après, vous allez pouvoir commencer à payer des taxes. Il a aussi parlé de tourisme. Il a parlé du tourisme. Donc, vous êtes aussi libre de venir pour les activités touristiques dans ces milliers. Il a parlé aussi des hôtels. Par exemple, quand vous voulez ramener des différents équipements pour l'hôtel, donc là, on ne peut pas vous charger ou bien on ne peut pas vous demander des taxes. Ça sera gratuit. Donc, il a parlé de ça. Il a cité cet exemple. Donc, il a aussi parlé des matériaux de construction, On ne va pas vous charger, on ne peut pas dire vous payez des taxes, on peut aussi vous exempter, vous allez être exempté de taxes quand vous importez des matériaux de la construction. Elle a parlé de ça. Elle a parlé également que surtout pour ceux qui veulent investir dans cette région, il va pouvoir les aider. Le bureau de l'investissement, de l'autorité d'investissement en Ouganda va toujours vous aider pour pouvoir vous donner des documentations pour vous aider dans toutes les entreprises possibles pour pouvoir investir dans cette région. Donc, à bref, c'est ça que je pourrais vous dire, c'est-à-dire l'accueil, on vous a accueilli. Deuxièmement, elle a mentionné certaines parties, elle a donné quelques exemples, là où vous pouvez commencer à payer après 10 ans. Elle a parlé de la coopération parmi les investisseurs. Et elle a aussi dit finalement que pour vous aider, l'autorité, c'est-à-dire l'État, va pouvoir vous aider pour avoir toutes les documentations possibles. Merci beaucoup.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, your hands again for Angelo Izama with his presentation. And he was speaking to the issue of the utilities that are key for the different investors, especially when you're trying to set up within a given region, or of course the investment park as we speak of here. And if you're joining us at home and you're wondering what you're watching on your channel at home, this is the West Nile Investment Summit that just became the International West Nile Investment Summit. And that's when you awaken your French back at home. If you did some French, this is one of the best days to do some revision. Why French? We have a visiting delegation from the Democratic Republic of Congo, and we want to thank them for being part of this West Nile Investment Summit. I also noticed yesterday in our different engagements with some of the delegation of the DRC that they speak a language myself and the Director General speak, that is, or they can hear Rufumbira. So nanje ndashaka kubachira abumva urufumbira rwacu baneiba bacu ba DRC mwakoze cyane mwakoze kuza. There you go. So we've now even added another audience. Okay. Allow me quickly move to Angelo's panel. Angelo, we have 30 minutes. I hope you can manage because your panel is a bit smaller. May I invite the Deputy Managing Director, National Water and Sewerage Corporation, Engineer Amayo Johnson. Please come. He's on Angelo's panel. I suggest you stay closer to Angelo so he can see you on this side. Also with us for this panel is Dr. Geoffrey Okoboy from the Electricity Regulatory Authority. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Geoffrey, where are you? Okoboy, please come. Please come on this side. I'm also just checking if we have someone from the Uganda National Roads Authority. You're doing a great job trying to sort this road, especially the road from Pakwach or even say Karuma to Arua. For some of us who use this road, we can see work in progress. Uganda National Roads Authority, anyone? If you're here, please come and join us. Wenreco, that is the service provider for this area. Okoboy, if you know your colleague from Wenreco is here, allow them join us. But we were not yet certain. And then Uganda Electricity Transmission Company Limited, UETCL, and also Electromax. Oh, Arinda. Yes, my apologies, Arinda from ERA. Okay. Wenreco, as you come, introduce yourself to Mr. Izama so he can be able to know who you are. UETCL, Electromax, we had a panelist, okay. And finally, okay, that's, Angelo, so that's your panel. We have 30 minutes. We will use both sides at some point, but for now, since Angelo is on this side, we want him to see all his panelists. So that is your panel, Angelo, 30 minutes, and I will be monitoring you, sir. Thank you very much.
apologies, my microphone is not working. I'm going to try and draw on my years as a radio producer and stick to the stick to the time. So, Engineer Amayo from National Water, Geoffrey, Rachel, thank you to and welcome to this panel. When Reko, no one is here? You know, West Nilers would say that's not surprising for Wenreko. That's okay. We'll start with the electricity. So, Rachel, on my way here, we saw the high transmission lines. So investment, like I said at the beginning, is a very practical matter. So here we are, it's just land. In a couple of years, we shall see the transformation. Would you tell our audience what the timeline is to deliver power to this location? And since you are in the north, and maybe I can supply statistics for that, 60% of all Uganda's electricity will be produced in northern Uganda. Am I right? Okay. So.
Thank you very much, Angelo. My name is Engineer Rachel Arinda Bale Samvu from UETCL, representing the Managing Director and CEO, Mr. George Rabajungu. Like rightly said, we have a project that is ongoing. We're bringing power all the way from Kole substation through Olwil to Nebi and Arua. And that's currently under from the World Bank. Like you saw a number of pylons on your way here. You likely saw some substations on the way. We have a substation coming up in Nebi, which is 132 kV. We'll have some transformers at site. They're already at site, actually. We have another substation coming up in Arua as well, also 80 MVA, also under construction, and the transformers are already at site. So we intend, and we are working towards having this line commissioned before the end of the year, but working towards September, October 2022. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Engineer Rachel. So, as you can see, quick turnaround. So by the end of this year, if we go by the timeline provided by UETCL, we shall have power at this location. Let me quickly move to, staying on electricity, let me move to Geoffrey from the regulator. The cost of power. Okay, we can have supply, but the cost of power, the cost of power is a constant issue the government keeps grappling with. As you know, for industrialists, the president has indicated a specific price point to make it possible for large-scale industries. And I think I was watching a speech the other day, and he said that for industrialists, the power will go from source to the park. What is the current status on the cost of power? One, if you could tell us in the next 2 years how the costs will be reduced for industries, in particular industrial parks, and by what margin?
Thank you very much, Angelo. I'm from the Electricity Regulatory Authority, that's Government of Uganda agency. Now, before I would go to that question of the cost of power, I wanted to add something to what my colleague from transmission has said. She said that the line may be commissioned by the end of the year. Very good. But we wanted to be clear about power here, because that's what you asked. To have power here, you need the transformation which has been obtained at the substations in Nebi or Arua to come here. Now, for the power to come here, still, we have the distribution company. Now we can see the line here. This is a 33 kVA line. You need to integrate that line with the substation. The engineer can tell you more about that, but that is important, that even if you have power at the other substation, you need another level of integration for it now to come from there to here through this line. That is in the short run. But in the longer run, if the demand is there and it has grown, then you need to upgrade the capacity. Instead of having a 33, it can be upgraded to 132 with a substation here. But those are the short-term, medium to long-term details on how you can have power here. And she's the agency to be able to have that done. Now, going back to the issue of the cost of power. Yes, there are three important issues to do with power. First, you must have the capacity available. It must be reliable, and then it has to be affordable. So the issue of capacity being available, I think government has done a great job. And as you said, 60% of the power being generated from northern Uganda is really a noble cause, which we should thank ourselves with government about it. Now, government making sure that that power which is generated from northern Uganda comes to northern Uganda is also a very good, noble cause. And that's why we see those transmission lines, substations coming up. Now, the issue is about reliability, and that is why now the power to northern Uganda, to Arua, to here, is to be on a grid on the other pylons, which is also something which improves reliability. The capacity of the transformation, there has never been that kind of capacity this side. Now they are talking about 80 MVA. That is almost talking about, and there are times two, by the way. You will have in Nebi 80, you will have in Arua 80. That's 160. That is almost equal the capacity of Naruvale, which is 180. So we are seeing something great happening this side, and it's really very good. And for the purpose of industrialization, now that is very important. So this industrial park here is coming at the right time to really develop this area. And we should also be starting to think about having cottage industries here. Maybe I can come and do big waxy processing.
Jeffrey, on the cost of power.
Now, the cost of power. Right now, if I just give you quick statistics, which is very important. One, the cost of generating 1 unit of electricity costs about 7 cents. Generating 1 unit of electricity, I'm now putting it in the international currency because we have our colleagues here. I'm not talking about it in shillings. In the United States currency called dollars, generating 1 unit of electricity on average right now is 7 cents. Now, being able to transport it and then be able to deliver to the various people, it takes a bit of money to do that, but government has been doing that support. Now, right now, the cost of electricity for the manufacturers, if I give you the statistics in the region, you would realize that we are as competitive as the region. Now, depending on the capacity of the manufacturer, if you are a medium industry, the cost of electricity is about 12 cents in Uganda. 12 cents. In Kenya, it is 14 cents. In Rwanda, it is 12 cents. Usually, Rwanda piggybacks, knows, and is able to really plan along maybe Uganda. So when you have 12 in Uganda, you also have almost 12 in Rwanda. But it is 80 cents in Tanzania. Now the uniqueness about Tanzania is that there's a lot of subsidies that have made electricity a bit cheaper because they have gas, so it's national gas, so that gas is used to generate their own electricity. So hopefully if we have our own gas, we could do the same. But because it is government that is mainly in the what? In the business, it brings the tariffs a bit low. For large industries, now large industries take a lot of power, and there are those which are called extra large. The tariffs in Uganda right now is about 10 cents. But still, Kenya is 14, Rwanda is about 9, Tanzania is 7. And for extra large, the extra large industry is, for example, the breweries, the Hima cement, those large industries, it is about 8 cents in Uganda. Now, how can the tariffs come down?
When will the tariffs come down?
When will the tariffs come down?
Because how is
It's a process.
That's your job.
Yes, that's the process. How the tariffs can come down and when they should come down is currently the president, having recognized the importance of having a competitive industrial sector, even directed that the tariffs should come to 5 cents for most of the manufacturers, but those in the industrial parks and where it is technologically feasible. So there are caveats there to have tariffs come down. One, it is good to be organized in an industrial park. It's very important because the services are brought together. Now, seeing this industrial park emerging, it can be a benchmark in where we shall have such tariffs considered.
Thank you very much. I think we'll go to Wenreko now, but in summary, the industrial park is like a large, extra large industry, right? It's Nile breweries times several. So in his long explanation, he's saying if you are in this park, the rate applied to large industries, which is the lowest, which is 8 cents, you could benefit from that. So we encourage everyone to come to the industrial parks, because once you are organized in that fashion, we can dedicate a line and the cost can come down. I know the president says 5 cents, and that is a really low marker, and there's been some grumbling of whether or not it's achievable. But from his explanation, I think it's feasible, as long as the demand is concentrated in one location called an industrial park. Am I right? That's in summary.
Yes, your summary is right. And with that, the Ministry of Energy has undertaken now a study to pilot to see whether some industrial parks can be tested to see if 5 cents can break or make up the electricity supply industry. Because by supplying power at 5 cents, when you produce it at 7 cents, you need to understand that already you have a gap of 2 cents. But can we try, and if this industry can grow demand, because the tariff is the average of the cost of supplying with the amount of electricity that you are consuming. The higher the amount you consume, the lower. So the cost economies come in easily, and then that's when you can break even. So that trial is going on. Now, what you asked me about buying power directly from the source, which the president talked about, that is also something that is now being put together by being able to amend the law. So once the law is amended, then It will then allow direct selling of power from a generation source, a transmission source, to the consumer.
Thank you very much. Engineer Chigumba Kenneth. Earlier, I apologize, but I was just stating the obvious that when RECO is not very popular in this part of the world. But we'll give you a chance. The question I have for you really is on retailing power. For a location like this one, what kind of challenges do you foresee? And how can this government MDAs ensure that a private company like yours, on whom we rely to receive power, to retail power, is successful?
Yeah, thank you, Angelo. You're forgiven.
Thank you. Thank you for your generosity, sir.
When RECO has been here since 2003, and it maintains the monopoly for power distribution in the region. It's been a tough ride since 2003 for those that were in this region to understand where we were and where we are right now. There's been, yes, when RECO for sure is not popular now, but for those that want to engage in the analysis of where we were and where we are right now, there should be some way of understanding that we've managed to put in what we can. The challenge is the area is predominantly non-consumptive. It's through need to tighten or firm up areas that are loose. That's when this comes up, even to us as senior management. It's a business. So if the area is not consumptive, you either have to rely on, you take up a position as charity. There's got to be a return on investment in one or another. And it has not gone well for us for a considerable period of time. But we started with about 929 customers in 2003. Today, our average is about 22,000 customers. And we had 2 generation plants in both, that is HFO, thermal generation from one in Nebi and the other one in a plant in Arua. The cost of bringing HFO here was very prohibitive, so the business was not functioning, so to speak. When RECO went ahead and did exploration and development of HEP plant in Nyagak.
Engineer, I beg your pardon because we have a chief guest here and the master of ceremonies will interrupt me briefly.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we could stand and receive our chief guest, the Honorable Minister of Finance. We'll continue with the panel very shortly. Please remain standing. We'll do the formalities and have the anthems because this formally begins our conversation this morning. And so I want to prepare the anthems. Please remain standing. We'll have both the East African anthem and the Uganda national anthem. So ladies and gentlemen, anthems please.
Oh, Uganda, may God uphold thee. We lay our future in thy hand. United, free for liberty, together we'll always stand. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Please take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Our chief guest, the Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, the Honorable Matia Kasaija, Minister of State for Investment. And Honorable Matia, I probably should have added as chief guest, you're also a farmer, especially in the dairy industry. The Honorable Minister of State for Investment, Honorable Evelyn Anite, an entrepreneur and a hotelier here in West Nile. The Honorable Minister for Northern Uganda, the Honorable Kuyuchini Grace, the Honorable Minister of State for Defense, Veteran Affairs, the Honorable Olero Huda, our visiting delegation, and probably maybe before I go to a visiting delegation, I come to the Honorable Members of Parliament. Our chief guest, I probably want to state here that if you wanted an endorsement of what this project really is, it would be based on the representation of the Members of Parliament who are here. So allow me recognize the big delegation of our West Nile Members of Parliament. And allow me request the members, if I mention your name, stand. We want to see you and let the people appreciate that you're here, not just in West Nile, but the rest of Uganda, since we are broadcasting this live, Honorable Chief Guest, to Ugandans on UBC and NBS. The Honorable Isaac Timgiu, the Member of Parliament for Padiere County, Nebi District. The Honorable Lawrence Songa, Member of Parliament for Ore County in Zombo District. He's also the chairperson of the West Nile Parliamentary Group, our chief guest. The Honorable Gabriel Okumu, Member of Parliament for Okoro County, Zombo District. The Honorable Hashim Suleiman, Member of Parliament, Nebi Municipality, Nebi District. The Honorable Agnes Achibu, Woman Member of Parliament, Nebi District. And the Honorable Caps Fungaro, a former Member of Parliament for Bongi County. Caps, please stand for recognition. Our chief guest, that tells you the spirit of the people in West Nile. We have the entire West Nile caucus here. We will have a meeting with them after this summit, clearly, because the full caucus is represented here. Our chief guest, we have, oh yes, please. I am happy for you to introduce. I think they might have come when I wasn't here. Honorable Minister, Chief Guest, Isaac Etukura from Madioko, Member of Parliament. Yes, thank you so much, Honorable, for joining us. Yes, you see, they're still coming, Honorable Minister. Clearly an endorsement for what Uganda Investment Authority and the government of Uganda is doing here in West Nile. Our chief guest, we have a delegation from the DRC, and allow me request the delegation from DRC to stand up. And nataka musimame tuwaone. Asante sana. Merci beaucoup. And I will introduce the delegation to you. Also with us in a very special way, chief guest, I want to recognize, he's also from the DRC, but is here as the chief of party representing the Ituri governor. He drove overnight and actually spent the night at the border. Unfortunately, our borders don't work 24 hours. So I want to recognize Steve Singida, who's representing the Ituri governor. Singida, uko wapi? Uko simama wakuone. Aha. Asante, asante sana. Merci. Our chief guest, we have district leaders from Nebi. Allow me to recognize the LC5 chair and the cow of the district. Please stand for recognition. We have leaders from the West Nile region, and I have representation from our neighbors, Madi Okolo district leadership. The district chairperson, Drabe Ismail Adrisi, is here, and his team at the back there. Thank you so much for joining us. That is in our neighboring district here. We have the board of Uganda Investment Authority who are here, led by the chairman. Please stand for recognition. There they are. As Izama, you must stand. He's also a member of the board. The Director General and his team, but I know they are busy. The Director General is here, Uganda Investment Authority, and the rest of the team that are mobile. I want in a very special way, our chief guest, to recognize a very special group of people, the private sector. Members of the private sector, please stand. Let us stand and see how powerful we are. All the members, Honorable Evelyn Anita, you're also part of the private sector as a hotelier. This is the private sector. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. I had forgotten the RDC, Nebi, and please, RDC and the chairman, NRM Nebi, please stand. There you go. Thank you very much, DG, for your guidance. Sometimes we miss these people on the list. Thank you, RDC and chair of the NRM party here in Nebi. And we have our the delegation, but that is full of the people of Nebi and West Nile. I want to request our people from West Nile, the Nebi people, the delegation from Nebi, please stand. Nebi people, please stand. Let us stand and show how powerful a delegation you are. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our delegation. Thank you. Asante sana, Afoyo. All right. Our chief guest, you found us in a panel discussion and we were just halfway. I wanted to let our moderator, Angelo Izama, who is also a board member of Uganda Investment Authority, to continue with his panel. We are looking at the investment promotion and facilitation. His panel has the utility sector players. We have representation from Uganda Electricity Transmission Company Limited. You can just raise your hand, Electricity Transmission. We have the general manager, Wenreko, your hand. We have a representative from National Water, the deputy managing director, Engineer Mayo, and also a representative of ERA. Okoboy, please raise your hand. Thank you very much for joining us. I want to hand over back to Angelo. You only have another 10 minutes, and I'll come back to move you, sir.
Thank you. Honorable Minister of Finance, Matia Kasaja, good to see you again. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Honorable Minister. You found us at the tail end of a discussion on how the utilities companies and agencies can transform this piece of land into an industrial park. We talked about the cost of electricity. Delegates here had a brief from the transmission company on the timeline for delivering power to the region, but particularly to this location, and they talked to us about the modalities of that. We had a discussion on the cost of electricity, and the regulator has given us the new ways in which your ministry is thinking of reducing power to 5 cents. Particularly of interest, he says, if you produce at 7 cents, how do you bring it down to 5 cents? And your government, our government, is exploring 2 options. One is technologically driven, which is if the power is produced, say in Karuma, can the cost be reduced because you can do direct from source to location? The second one, which is interesting, is on rethinking the economic model. Because if I understand him right, he's saying if you produce power at 7 cents, if you sell at 5, how do you account for the 2 cents? We didn't have this conversation, but I think what he's saying is that the economic value generated from an industrial park, that can account for the 2 cents. Many times we do this with other utilities. So you have an airline which is expensive, you subsidize it, but you make the money back in tourist numbers. So I think that's the same kind of approach, and I appreciate that you're looking into this, Honorable Minister. So we'll move quickly, since I have just a few minutes. So for Wenreko, the question I'd asked is about the challenges of retailing power. But I understood you said it's difficult, it really depends on demand. Is that right?
Just to conclude.
Okay. So very well. Let me move, with your permission, Engineer Kenneth, to Engineer Mayo, to deal with the other big cost issue, which is water. So Engineer Mayo, would you tell the delegations here what it will take to deliver affordable water at an industrial cost to this location?
Mr. Moderator, observe protocol. I think you may afford me a little bit more time because I have a special consideration because I'm part of this community of West Nile. I know the issues which surround water. I will try to look at the general issues after I've specifically looked at the issues of industrial. Now, what do you need water for in an industry like this one, industrial park? You need water for construction, and then thereafter you need water for running the industries. That's the reason why you need water, construction, and then running. Now, we as water utility companies, we are mandated to produce water of drinking water quality. And water for drinking quality is not ideal water for industries, because 90%, 70% of most of the industries do not actually need drinking water quality. They need water for washing, they need water for cleaning their machines, they need water for cooling. Now here we are, we produce water of Maradadi quality. That's what His Excellency, one time when I told him, our water is Maradadi quality. Now this water is good for companies which produce products which form what where water is part of. Drinking, Pepsi Cola factories, water for where water forms. So when you look at water usage in the industry, that needs to be put in context. And because of that, what we have adopted in national water as a whole is to use a mixed model so that the companies can operate in a sustainable way. Mixed model meaning water for human consumption is for a specific purpose, but we allow the companies to be able to produce water of another source. We allow them because they don't need that Maradadi water. Now, in a situation like this, it may not be possible to get that Maradadi water. The other source of water. So what have we done with a number of engagements that we have had? One of the things that we did with the drive of the Honorable Minister of State, we had an engagement with His Excellency. It resulted into a subsidized tariff for large industrial users. Much as the water is treated for human consumption, we actually subsidize the people who consume water in a big quantity. Our current tariff is about 0.7 of a dollar for a company which consumes more than 1,000 cubic meters. Now, that is almost 60% of what me and you pay. Why did we arrive at that? Because we know when you support the industry, it employs people, and you have empowered communities who can be moved from the category of people who draw water from public standposts to individual connections. So there is indirect benefit that we get. So that's what I wanted to tell you in regards to the cost of water. Now when it comes to water for production, I'm happy that this industrial park is put here. National Water and Sewerage Corporation operates within this region in Pakwach, Paida, and we're in Nebi, and we have just constructed, using our own resources, a new water subsystem for Parombo, which I think is like 16 kilometers from here. So we already have water in Parombo. But this area is served by our sister institution, the umbrella organizations. We have a water treatment plant, this area has piped water, and the water for starting the initial construction activities for this industrial park exists. I think you all know that. The capacity up is 2.5 million liters, and it was designed for the rural communities, but the construction aspect of the industry does not need a lot of water. Now, as we evolve, we are going to use the opportunities. Now that the demand has been created, we will also try to upgrade our system so that we can get water both from the two systems as a medium-term solution. Because Nebi is just 20 kilometers away from here. We have done extensions of over 40 kilometers. And we have an experience of working together with the Ghana Investment Authority. I think you know we are building a new waterworks for Njara Industrial Park in Western Uganda. The contractor is already on. We are doing this thanks to Ministry of Finance. When we wrote them to seek guidance, how we can get money from market finance, they approved it, and part of that market finance is what we are using to do the Njara Industrial Park. We worked together with the Kapeke Industrial Park from the scratch, where there was no water system. We did the first phase, and we are doing the second phase of where we're increasing the production from 2 million to 7.5 million. So me, I think, as far as this place is good, this is a good problem. The facility has been put, and then we now need to think. Construction, you can start. The procedures of how to apply for water, for construction, they are well laid, and I'm sure if you go to our brothers and sisters, with I mean, when we get in touch with the umbrella organizations, you'll be able to be connected. And for us, we're business people. We'll upgrade our system here. We have developed enough capacity to invest in flagship water projects. And they have been talking to the area manager that in the course of this year, we can even do the design for the upgrade of Boucher, Nebi water supply system, so that we meet the demand here. So everything will be evolving. Now, we have a footprint in most of the towns in West Nile, and I can confidently say with the national water taking over all these facilities, there's been a lot of transformation in West Nile. I'm passionate on the issues of growth, economic growth. My people know I'm very passionate. We have done a lot of work in West Nile here. And we are working towards improving even more. Through government of Uganda, we are soon launching, we will start construction for a new water facility for Adjumani, getting water from River Nile. We have funds to upgrade in Yumbe water supply system, and we have a number of projects we're doing. The West Nile accounts for about 45% of our business in the northern Uganda, made of Lango and Acholi sub-region. So there's a big potential here, and if we are still there, we are going to help you to get more projects to come on board. We are already thinking about Arua, and we are going to start the immediate feasibility study to see the most sustainable way. Now, this brings me to the general issues. The politics in West Nile is that if you don't get water from River Nile, then you have not done anything. But I want to use this opportunity to educate our people. You don't supply water emotionally. It is engineering. River Nile is in the Rift Valley, sitting at 630. Most of Arua is on the ridge. Arua is at 1,300 meters above sea level. Zombo is 1,700. So why do you wait for water to come from Zombo to go to River Nile and you pump it back? Don't you think there's something wrong here? So we need to remove this veil in our mind that for you to get to water, you must go to River Nile. In the Rift Valley, most cities in the world are seated. I told my people one time, if you want, you shift Arua to River Nile. They were not happy with me, but this is a matter of fact. If you go to UK, London is the River Thames passes through London. Why? Why is the population in Uganda, the biggest population, is around Lake Victoria? Have we asked these questions? And why? So this is the issue. My people from West Nile, let's demand what works. The future of Arua is going to be in, for example, in building a dam. I'm happy about this location. Secondly, because I needed to check the geographically. where do we lie in terms of height? From here, from Pakwach to here is probably 30 kilometers, but we are 450 meters above River Nile. That means a cost. If you have to manage the cost of infrastructure, we have to think along those lines. But we'll evolve. But I'm happy to say that we have this thing, this industrial park set here. There is already water. We'll do what it takes to improve. With my permanent secretary, we'll see what we can do. So I thought I needed to say this. This engineer Johnson Amayo, I have no political interest. I have a lot of investment interest in our country.
Thank you, Engineer Amayo. And the disclaimer is well received, because the way you are talking, some of our political people here, all they had was the campaign speech. But I appreciate all the issues. So, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm running out of time, let me summarize what we have been able to do here this morning, this first panel. Earlier on, I encouraged everyone to get an investment license, and I explained in detail the huge cost the government of Uganda is putting in making sure that you have the right facility to grow your business. All those tax incentives and non-tax incentives are a cost to the treasury. So take advantage of them. We have an on-site one-stop center here. If you feel that you want to register your business, please do. There are also in the exhibitions, you've got both private and public entities dealing with finance, which is a different subject for later. But the Uganda Development Bank here and other banks are here. And then I had the job of moderating this panel, Honorable Minister, because industrial parks are a very practical matter. So the question I asked is, how do you transform this place into a viable industrial park? And I think we have answered it. The Transmission Authority says by the end of this year, transmission lines will be done. And there is a process of getting the power from there to this site, but that's a matter of course. Water, as we've heard from Engineer Mayo, is not a problem. We had earlier on scheduled to have UNRWA here, but we can observe the road network here is good. So the park, this particular park, if you come back in 2-3 years, will be a functional industrial park. And that is really what I wanted to accomplish here. I thank you very much for listening. I'll turn it over to the MC. Thank you.
Angelo, we want to thank you. Just before the panel goes, Angelo, if you can have your seat. When RECO General Manager, there was a plenary question, and before I indicate to our chief guest why this is an international summit. So please hold. There was the issue of the power outages when RECO. I must appreciate my last maybe 24, 25 hours here in West Nile. There was stable power in Arua, at least yesterday. But that wasn't my experience the last time I was here. And so the concern has been the power outages, the erratic power outages in Arua and the West Nile region, and the cost it has on investors, especially in the region, with their machines. You want to say something?
Yes, for sure. You must have been here at least earlier than 6 months ago. The first time you were here when you had such a not so good experience. When REC was taking serious measures within in terms of management and streamlining operations internally to make processes efficient, restoration of supply when we have outages right now is we have serious targets within the institution to have restoration done within a specific time frame. And the management is serious about enforcing these transformations. So if the people who live within West Nile can bear me witness, we've pretty much enjoyed the stable supply in this in the near future. Yes. Thank you.
All right. So thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our panel. Angelo and your team, please take your seats. You can now take your seats. Our chief guest, I just wanted to show you how international this summit is. And my next speaker will show you why I think it is an international summit that must be recognized as such.
Et moi, je m'appelle Adima Semi. Je vais faire une traduction, une interprétation rapide sur ce qu'on vient de parler. Donc, on a premièrement parlé de l'électrification, c'est-à-dire la transmission de courant ou bien la distribution de courant. Donc, la question était posée surtout sur le coût, c'est-à-dire sur le coût de l'électrification. Donc, cette question était déjà posée. Donc, et aussi, on a parlé de centres de distribution. Donc, je vais vous dire ça. Nous avons une centrale, c'est-à-dire là où il y a un barrage qui est construit, ça c'est à Karuma. C'est là où on va générer le courant électrique. Donc, nous avons parlé sur la question comment on va réduire ces prix. Donc, je vais vous clarifier certaines choses dont on vient de parler. Donc, sur ce qui concerne l'augmentation, c'est-à-dire comment on va pouvoir augmenter la puissance de ces courants. Donc, selon le chargé de l'électrification, on voulait que ça atteigne au moins 133 watts. Donc, pour cette puissance, il y a des qualités qu'on espère. Par exemple, un centre de la génération de l'électrification ou bien de puissance doit être disponible, c'est-à-dire ça doit être là pour tout le monde, et aussi ça doit être dépendable, c'est-à-dire stable. On ne doit pas avoir un courant là, il y a ou une coupure n'importe quand. Donc ça doit avoir une capacité. Par exemple, nous avons maintenant ce courant, quand on va tout installer, quand tout travail de l'installation sera fini, donc nous allons avoir une sorte de courant ou bien un courant stable, c'est-à-dire dû à haute tension, mais dû à la haute tension. Donc, coût d'unité, par exemple, pour l'Ouganda, on nous a dit que c'est 700. Dans les autres pays, tels que la Tanzanie, c'est par exemple 8 shellés. Au Kenya, il a aussi mentionné par exemple 14 shellés. Il a des coûts de courant dans les autres pays en bref. Donc là, ils ont dit que les coûts ici, on voulait réduire même à 5 chelets, ceux-là qui vont s'installer pour l'investissement ici, dans ces parcs, on pourra même réduire, si possible, à 5 chelets ougandais. Et là, ils ont aussi parlé on a aussi parlé de Wenreco. Wenreco, c'est une compagnie qui aussi fait l'électrification ici en Ouganda, qui travaillait ici. Et bien que à ces derniers jours, son travail se transfère sous une autre compagnie. Donc, le chargé aussi a donné quelques clarifications de ce qui se passe sur la distribution. Par exemple, il a parlé des défis qu'on trouve dans ces milieux, c'est-à-dire qu'il y a peu de consommateurs, il n'y a pas beaucoup de consommateurs dans ces milliers. Donc, parmi d'autres exemples qu'il a donné, parmi d'autres exemples de défis qu'il a donné, donc il y avait aussi l'accueil de différentes personnes. Par exemple, on a accueilli l'invité d'honneur, le ministre, les députés de différentes régions ont été accueillis, et il y a aussi de différentes délégations qui ont été aussi accueillies. Donc, on a aussi fait tenir debout quelques secteurs privés pour la reconnaissance. Donc, la délégation d'ici, on a fait se tenir debout. On a posé aussi la question sur l'eau. Vous savez que l'industrie fonctionne à cause de l'eau. S'il n'y a pas d'eau, donc c'est impossible pour que ces industries puissent bien fonctionner. Alors, en ce qui concerne l'eau, le chargé nous a dit qu'il faut tout leur mien afin de distribuer cette eau donc à beau prix. Et vous allez réduire les tarifs ils vont réduire les tarifs pour la distribution de l'eau pour ces milliers, puisque l'eau n'est pas seulement pour boire, c'est-à-dire ce n'est pas seulement l'eau potable, mais ça sera aussi l'eau pour faire fonctionner des différentes machines aussi. Donc le prix sera bien réduit. Donc finalement, je dirais que de différentes personnes ont parlé de tous les investisseurs pour pouvoir investir, et ils seront facilités par de l'eau, par la distribution du courant qui est à bon marché. Merci beaucoup.
Our chief guest, that is how international our summit has come. That special translation for our delegation from the DRC, and I wanted to briefly recognize the party from the DRC, and I wanted to recognize the chief of the group or the head of the mission, Patrick Mutombo Kambila, who is the deputy coordinator of the National Mechanism for Monitoring the Framework Agreement in Addis Ababa. We want to recognize you, sir, for coming. Daniel Dimbeze Ilunga. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for these people. Mr. Daniel Dimbeze Ilunga, Senior Assistant to the Deputy Coordinator. As I mentioned, Mr. Steve Singida, Deputy Chief of Staff for the Governor of Ituri. Mr. Frank Baurani, Deputy Director, Fédération des Enterprises du Congo, Ituri. Kanyamuhanda Runomi Vianney, President ACOPA. Mr. Moto Gasaza Patrick, the Technical Director ACOPA. Mr. Segona, this one sounds Ugandan, our chief guest. Segona Mansuli Kakimba, Senior Consultant ACOPA. Miss Safi Kanyamuhanda, again sounds like from Western Uganda, our chief guest. Executive Director ACOPA. Mr. Paluku Richard Matofali, who's a lawyer with ACOPA. Miss Mushayuma Mulemangabo Evelyn, Vice President ACOPA. And Mr. Paraban Roshan Shabir, I think he's the most light-skinned person in the group, Marketing Manager ACOPA. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our delegation from Congo. Our chief guest, I did mention to the team and the delegates here that I think the schools in West Nile should immediately adopt French because our neighbors need business partners, serious business partners who can speak their language. So our people in West Nile, please, I suggest our secondary schools encourage our children to study French up to senior 4. That is the way to do business. Or another format of easing the ease of doing business in Uganda. Our chief guest, we have a delegation from Arua. Our visitors are delegates from Arua. If you can stand, those who have come from Arua, nataka watu wa Arua tusimame wawaone. Aha, round of applause. Asante sana. Our chief guest, this could not have been possible. As you can see, a lot of the people watching us think that we are in some fancy hotel in Nebi or Arua, and I'm sure La Confidential would have been happy to host us. But we are actually in the investment park, investment and development park here in Nebi district. So if you're watching at home, and I'm hoping the media houses, NBS and UBC will give you the site at the back. It's a beautiful landscape. I was told our chief guest here, they don't need sauna. We have a permanent sauna in this room. So it's not an area for investment. There's no investment opportunity for saunas. But in a very special way, our chief guest, I wanted to recognize 2 media partners of the Uganda Investment Authority, UBC, and Next Media Group. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So my brother Kin Karisa and the team at Next Media and the managing director UBC, Winston Agaba, who are walking this journey with the Uganda Investment Authority to promote domestic investment in our country. So we want to thank our media partners. This again would not have been possible, chief guest, without our sponsors. So in a very special way, allow me to recognize our sponsors. I'll read them and then we thank them at the end. Electromax, DTB, UDB, DFCU, Housing Finance, Equity Bank, and Post Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our sponsors. All right, so that is out of the way. I wanted to mention, and if you have, there is your summit magazine. It's not just for DECO. For some of you who are sitting, it's not DECO. This actually has the portfolio of most of the investments you can actually undertake here in West Nile. What the Uganda Investment Authority has also done for you is to do a business case for the different portfolios. Now, if you take a look, and you'll go all the way to item, I think, number 41. I think there are 42 investment projects you can undertake. And you could begin, whether it's cassava, simsim, tourism, shea butter, honey production, name it. A business case has been made for you, and this even makes it easier for you to decide where you want to invest. And this really is for the local investors. For you who are here in this room, and for those of you watching us at home, you can actually check also on the Uganda Investment Authority website for these details, because this work has already been done for you. You have the amount of capitation you will need. They've made a case for your return on profit or return on investment, and how long it will take you to make a return on investment for that particular product. That has been done for you by a team of experts, including a team of auditors and accountants and investment analysts who are able to give you a great analysis of what you can do here in West Nile. And that said, our chief guest, allow me begin the formal opening ceremony by inviting the chairperson of Nebi District, LC5 Chair Orombi Emmanuel, to come and make his welcome remarks. You're most welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause.
My name is Orombi Emmanuel. I'm an Nebi District Local Government. I want to begin by welcoming and recognizing our chief guest, Minister for Finance, Planning and Economic Development, with his entourage, Minister for Privatization, Minister Evelyn Anite, who has been here. We have been walking in the bush with her for long, and also convincing community. Sometimes when the community begins to complain on empty stomach, she will buy for them some gonja to eat. Thank you so much for being a field worker. I also want to recognize the presence of our Minister for Northern Uganda, our lovely sister, Minister Grace Kuyushin, Minister Huda Uleru, my good friend and mentor. Thank you so much for coming back after a long time without seeing you. I want to welcome all our members of parliament, in particular for Padiere, for Nebi Woman MP, for Nebi Municipality, and the others from other different parts. I know our MP for Padiere will welcome them. Also allow me to recognize and thank Uganda Investment Authority, the board, and the entire technical team for this great initiative and choosing Nebi to lead in West Nile for this. Also, I want to thank the delegation from Congo for coming and partnering with us. My mother is from Congo, so you're at home. Thank you. I want to thank my technical team and also the Council for Nebi District Local Government, because when I saw this was trending that they are looking for land for investment, I sold the idea to the council, and none of them resisted, including the few opposition. There are only two in the council. They also appreciated and thanked the government so much, and all of us embraced it. I want to thank the council for Nyaravur and Al Town Council and the chairman, Gidagi, and his team, and all the members of Umvoro community, particularly the family of Ochakere, for offering this vast land for us. Minister, this land that we are securing now for Nebi District Local Government, we have mapped 511 acres that we are already in agreement, informal agreement with them, and we want to finalize the process. I'll explain you in the later time why we have delayed a bit. But also they have offered up to 1,500 acres. But what we could afford and start with is 511 at the moment that we have mapped with our technical team. I want to thank and also recognize, I've moved with the team. I know RDC is not given opportunity. I want to recognize Mr. Buck Robert for playing very good role in this, and also we have been engaging the community with them. He has also moved with his deputy, Hassan Basalirwa, who has just come and is just 3 days old in Nebi. During the reshuffle, they have brought for us a new brother. He's just right there. Also, I've moved with the chairman NRM, Mr. KG Adubango. We have also moved with the commander SFC, Colonel Kabila, who is also with us here, and all other members of local investment in Nebi. Chief guest, I want to thank the government for the Republic of Uganda. We were watching you one day when you are saying Uganda is growing at, but we say now, how about for Nebi? When shall we grow like that? And then also when the president was campaigning and saying securing our future, people thought it was a myth, but now this is good. And for West Nile, it's going to be very important. And I want to thank God. In our lure, we say that when the right fruit, there is a fruit called tugu. It's very heavy, and normally you can wait for it whether you see it's ready. It may take very long to fall. They say, but when it finds a rightful-hearted man, humble, and also thank God that this is falling during the time for my era as the chairman for Nebi District Local Government, meaning I'm blessed. My name is Emmanuel, meaning God is with us. Chief guest, we have a very unique family that deserves a very unique award in Nebi here. If really government recognizes people, the family of Shakre deserves this. From the time we started the journey, it has been very hectic and a long one when we convinced them to give us this chunk of land. They were very positive. There were so many people who came, wanted to confuse them to buy, but they said, no, we have agreed with the Nebi District Local Government that our land will be for investment. And up to date, that's why somebody before you came said, for them they have given their land, but they have not been appreciated. But district local government, we have raised local revenue worth 180 million Ugandan shillings. And we were looking at, in this budget consultation, we are projecting another 300 million to give to compensate the family. But we have one challenge with with one of our policy on every local revenue to be raised under supplementary and goes to Parliament. Minister, up to date, from the time we wrote and raised this supplementary October last year up to date, the supplementary has not been approved. And that's why the community that's saying up to date they are not being paid. How I wish you could bless this very fast so that is the very money we want to use for starting the compensation and processes of the acquisition of that. Today you have stepped here for us. We have a saying that where the king steps, there is a blessing. So leave a mark, a footmark here. When you go back, please, I wish you could consider this so that we could compensate we start the process of compensation. The agreement was a very loose and simple one, that every financial year, if you can be giving them 50 million, they don't have problem. But you can see how local government has struggled. In a year, within short time, you have raised 180. And we are still committed that in this coming financial year, we shall raise over 300 million for the family to be compensated. I want to conclude by saying that this place is so much secured, and the place is good for investment, and the community and the entire Nebi District Local Government and West Nile have welcomed this with a single heart. However, we may have one hindering challenge. I was wondering why UNRWA is not here. You will consider this, that we have one bad road, and this is almost a debt trap for Nebi and the community, and including the investors. The Jukia Hill Road, that is the road that is leading us from Nebi, Goli, and it moves up to Vora. But we feel if we could start with the one from between Nebi and Paidelon, and then takes it at the border of Padea and Goli, that will be a lot of blessing for this investment. We have, there was a very great historian who was appreciating people of Parombo. Parombo is just near here. But also, it's one of the busiest roads, even more than other UNRWA roads. It's also my prayer that UNRA and through Minister of Finance that Parombo Nyaravur Road will be taken, because you have a lot of investment and industrialization taking place in the town. It has become too expensive for the district to maintain that road. I wish UNRA could take that and your ministry will finance them to take that road. Also the Kuchwin Wadilai Road to Pakwash, where we have strategic interest in the irrigation scheme. And if those one will be taken, then Panyimur, Parombo, Erusi Goli Road for security reason. I don't have much to say. With the due respect, I want to welcome all our colleagues. My colleague from Madio Kolo, thank you for moving with me. I know other colleagues may be struggling still on the way because we held a council in Omoro and some are not having. Our vehicles are one up, Minister. So they may be struggling even in the public means. We don't have means of transport as chairperson for the district. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
Surely we can do better than that. For the district that has given us this land and is driving this investment promotion campaign, I think we want to appreciate Nebi district. And as we do that and recognize the different representatives here, allow me to recognize another Member of Parliament, our chief guest who has joined us, the Honorable Kia, Member of Parliament for Madi Okolo. Honorable, thank you so much for joining us. I also want in a very special way to recognize our people from Ajumani and Moyo. Ajumani, tuko hapa? Ajumani? Mwapigie makofi. Aha. Wale wa Moyo. Moyo, tuko? Tuko Moyo? Yes, Moyo this side. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. Honorable, our chief guest, we also have the Honorable Paparu Lillian, woman Member of Parliament for Arua District, who also joined us. Please, we recognize you. Thank you so much for joining us. As we get this list, I will recognize you in case you've just walked in and I hadn't as a Member of Parliament. I will. But allow me now, in a very special way, invite the Director General, Uganda Investment Authority. Other than his color, you'd probably say he's from West Nile and northern Uganda with his height. So ladies and gentlemen, Robert Muchiza.
Yeah. Thank you, Master of Ceremonies. I think I'm adequately socially distanced so I can remove this. Our chief guest, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Honorable Matia Kasaija, Minister of State for Finance in charge of Investment and Privatization, Honorable Evelyn Alite, the Minister of State for Northern Uganda, Honorable Grace, Minister of State for Defense and Veteran Affairs, Honorable Huda, our dear honorable members of parliament here, Chairman of the board, Uganda Morrison Rwakakamba, members of the board of Uganda Investment Authority, Mama Naima and Mr. Angelo Izama, the head of the delegation from the Democratic Republic of Congo, Mr. Patrick Matombo, our brothers and sisters from the DRC and South Sudan, LC5 chairpersons here present, the RDC here present, our local opinion leaders, in a special way, the landowners who have embraced industrialization. I think we should clap for them much more, a bit harder than that. Here in Nebi, they have embraced industrialization. Thank you very much, the landowners. Our dear domestic investors, our corporate partners, my UIA colleagues, I know you are around supporting this initiative, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to this West Nile Investment Summit. Thank you for honoring our invitation. The theme chosen for the summit is mobilization of domestic investment for industrialization, market access, and job creation. It underscores the priority of Uganda Investment Authority that we attach to the West Nile region in our efforts to build a domestic investor base. This summit will therefore provide a platform for private investors, representatives of the academia, government officials, and other well-wishers from Northeastern Democratic Republic of Congo, Northern Uganda, and South Sudan to explore the opportunities of cross-border trade and investment in the upper Nile Valley of Africa. Moreover, organizing this summit is aligned with the mandate of Uganda Investment Authority, which is to promote, encourage investment in Uganda through both domestic and foreign investment. Ladies and gentlemen, at the Uganda Investment Authority, 2022 and 2023 are years for the domestic investor. Let me repeat that. It's very important. These next 2 years, we are concentrating a lot on our domestic investors. We are rolling out various programs and initiatives that will enable our domestic investors to better take advantage of the available investment opportunities and build viable business relationships with their foreign counterparts. Notable among these is the SME portal, which will allow us to plot all our domestic investors along the supply and demand value chain countrywide. In this way, we shall be able to improve their access to various government programs, promote forward and backward linkages, and de-risk them for better access to affordable finance. In a special way, domestic investors in the West Nile region of Uganda have been prioritized due to the region's immense business opportunities and strategic location in the upper Nile Valley of Africa, offering access to business opportunities in the Democratic Republic of Congo, South Sudan, I believe even to Central African Republic, Congo, Brazzaville, and Chad. From West Nile, you can reach Congo, Brazzaville, Chad. I believe that is going to happen, among others. The West Nile region is endowed with vast chunks of arable land, reliable sources of water, and various mineral deposits. If well exploited, local and regional investors can set up thriving businesses here. Some of the businesses could include poultry dressing and packaging, tomato sauce making, fish processing, animal feed processing, sanitary towel manufacturing, hotels and lodges, mining, juice extraction and processing, honey processing, among others. I would like to encourage you all to get more details of the above opportunities in this booklet, and I thank you, Mr. MC, for pointing this out. The details are there. Let us, as UIA, support you to realize these business opportunities. Come to UIA through our one-stop center. We shall help you achieve these businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, I would like to congratulate His Excellency Felix Tshisekedi and the people of the Democratic Republic of Congo for admission of the Democratic Republic of Congo in the East African community. I think we should clap a bit hard. I've been asked to repeat that. I will do it again. At this juncture, allow me to congratulate His Excellency Felix Tshisekedi and the people of the Democratic Republic of Congo for admission of the Democratic Republic of Congo in the East African community. I concur with His Excellency the President of Uganda, who warmly welcomed them home, and at the signing of the Treaty of Accession. Signing the treaty yesterday. As UIA, as you can see, we don't wish to waste time. We shall ensure that our domestic investors and their DRC counterparts are able to take advantage of this untapped potential between our two countries. By the way, as of yesterday, DRC citizens became domestic investors. Our Investment Code Act is very clear. Domestic investors are Ugandans or citizens of East African community. So, our DRC partners, you are domestic investors in Uganda. You have every incentives and structures that are given to Uganda. So you're very welcome here, and Uganda Investment Authority is here to serve you. This summit is only the beginning of a long journey, in my view. I hope next time this event will be held in DRC. Moreover, through the one-stop center, we shall ensure that investors do not spend their time running around, to obtain various investment and business licenses. Actually, I believe, why don't we put a one-stop center in DRC? Very easy. In Ituri region, let's have a one-stop center there. You go and register for Uganda investment license in Ituri. Why not? We shall serve you from there. At this moment, the average time UIA takes to issue an investment license is less than 48 hours. We are working round the clock to reduce that to 12 hours. In fact, some of our investors presently get licenses in less than 5 hours. Ladies and gentlemen, as I close, I'd like to acknowledge all of those who have made the organization of this summit possible. Notable among these are our bosses, honorable ministers of finance. Thank you very much. Please, clap for them. Have a clap. Thank you very much, honorable ministers and ministers of state for finance. So thank you very much for embracing that industrialization. Our members of parliament, thank you again very much for embracing this, but also coming here to show the unity in the West Nile region. I know Adjumani, how far it is to come from Adjumani to here, but you've made time to come. So thank you very much. My colleagues at UIA, I know we have been pushing. Thank you very much for the work you've done to get this done. I think you should clap for them. UIA colleagues, thank you very much for the work you've done. And of course, our local investors. Thank you for that. But again, in a special way, I would like to salute the local leaders who heeded our call to mobilize unencumbered land for the purpose of establishing an industrial and business park in line with the cabinet directive. This land is unencumbered, there is no swamp, there is no forest reserve. As the LC5 chairman said, the community has embraced to give it to us. So we shall just come in and put the industrial park here. So thank you very much, the local leadership, for that. And I'm pleased to report that UIA has been offered 511 acres here in Nebi, but as you say, it can even grow more than 1,000 acres. Madiokolo, Madam MP, thank you very much for that. 515 acres of land we got in Madiokolo. 1,244 acres from Yumbe district for the establishment of an industrial park. West Nile gave us the most land for industrial park in the industrial park mobilization effort. So thank you very much, West Nile. We are starting here, but we shall cover the whole of West Nile. Ladies and gentlemen, as I close, I would like to wish you fruitful deliberations. I would like you to permit me to invite the chairman of the board of directors of Uganda Investment Authority, Mr. Morrison Rakakamba, to come and address you. I thank you very much. Thank you.
I fear taking pictures with the Director General because the man is very, very tall. Thank you very much for those remarks. Our chief guest, the Minister of Finance and Economic Development, the Honorable Matia Kasaija. Very, very welcome to Nebi, Honorable Matia, and thank you for your leadership, confidence, and vision that is setting us up for progress of deepening industrialization in this country. The Honorable Minister of State for Finance, in charge of investment and privatization, the Honorable Evelyn Anite. Thank you so much for the imagination, for the drive, for the relentlessness, for the field work that is really setting us up to achieve industrialization. And I believe that you are the gift that keeps giving for the people of Uganda when it comes to investment. And you are also an entrepreneur in the region, leading by example in hotel, but also in manufacturing. Very, very powerful. I'm also extremely very pleased to welcome the Minister in charge of Northern Uganda, Honorable Grace, to be with us. Because without security, really, security is the umbrella for investment, and it's the most important aspect. Without security, people will scatter. But by giving us that umbrella, investors will come and really invest. That's definitely the Minister of State for Defense, Honorable Huda. Across the 11 districts of West Nile who are present, thank you for gracing this. We don't take it for granted. Because without your support, without passing the very, very serious and deliberate budgets we need to be able to develop infrastructure across the country, without your support to appropriate those budgets, to mobilize the community, we cannot progress. So thank you so much, honorable members, but also members of the local government, the leaders, the RDCs, and everyone. I also want to welcome the DRC delegation. We are now one. You are members of the East African community, like the Director General said. Now you are our domestic investors. All those tax and non-tax incentives that Director Angel Zama was talking about, they now apply to you. And we shall work with you. I want to re-emphasize that. Let me also welcome the banking leaders, members of the MDAs, but most importantly, the members of the business and investment community of this region. You have already been talked about, but thank you so much. It is you to take us forward. It's the day for business. But let me state what I call 3 leap points that are responsible for us being here. 1, I think the first thing to remember on how we are getting here is the year 1986, when the National Resistance Movement took over power in this country and started it on a geometric trajectory for security and economic development. And our historical, the Honorable Matia Kasaija, who I firmly know in history, played a very, very key role in the success of the 1986 revolution. And I believe when you see this happening, you're like, yes, we are going on a cruise, on a woo moment for the economy. Thank you so much, Honorable Matia Kasaija. And you clearly debated this and stated it in the 10-point program that ushered the National Resistance Movement. Point number 5, which is still about creating an integrated and a self-sustaining economy. This is what it is. An economy of the people here in Nebi, where our domestic investors have the first priority to invest, generate commerce and wealth. That was point number 5, and it is being realized. That was point number 1 of what I think are the 3 key points in Uganda's history, especially for our progress now. Point number 2 happened this year. The signing of the biggest investment to have ever happened at a go, not only in Uganda, but across Eastern Africa and beyond. We signed a $10 billion investment, $10 billion investment for development of oil and gas. And I know that under the stewardship of the President, supported by the Minister of Finance, this money is going to be invested strategically to make sure that we develop high-powered infrastructure, starting with this park and beyond. The infrastructure that has been talked about, we need industrial electricity to happen here, power substation. We have already talked about the transmission lines happening. We will need industrial water here. You heard from the engineer from the National Water. We need internet cabling and industrial waste management. So the 10 billion we signed, beyond the broader infrastructure that is going to link us to DRC and other places, these resources are going to help us. Honorable Chief Guest and Ministers, West Nile is strategically located. That cannot be repeated. But we also have where to begin from. There is an aerodrome, can be called an airport. And I know, Honorable Minister, that you have already set aside resources to upgrade it, such that we can be able to evacuate goods from this region, products from here, into DRC, into Central Africa, into Nigeria, and all places across the world. So West Nile, the Director General and the MC showed you the investment booklet of bankable projects with clear return on investment. So West Nile is clearly ripe, and there is so much to do. So that was another key decision point. The final key decision point that is cementing our progress, Honorable Minister and the entire delegation, is really what happened yesterday. The Treaty of Accession into EAC by the President of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Very, very powerful. Let's clap again. That means a lot. Because just by a stroke of a pen, we increased our economically integrated population by 94 million people. And we increased our GDP, combined GDP, by over $72 billion. And that's the market. And we're not stopping here, Honorable Minister. As you know, Uganda also ratified the African Continental Free Trade Area, which has a combined GDP of 2.4 trillion United States dollars. That's the market that we are talking about. But also a population of 1.3 billion people that can be accessed from West Nile. I believe, Honorable Minister and the delegates, that that's also very powerful. The final piece that I want to talk about is the entrepreneurship of this region that my brother Angelo decked in the history of this place. Honorable Minister and Chief Guest, I have been a witness. I have been here to Nebia, I have been to Porombo, where there is a gentleman called Bob Oyama of Oyama General Stores. Where are you, Bob? Honorable Minister, that is Bob. He runs a major factory of beverages. And we want him to set up here to be near the services. He has constraints, but he is already at high capability production, sending products, employing, I think, over 80 people, sending products to the DRC, to South Sudan, but also to the local market. So the entrepreneurship is already here. I have also visited a very, very powerful hotel of Ann Hope. Anguyu, where are you, Hope? Stand up for recognition. That's a very, very, very serious business leader and entrepreneur in this region. Honorable Anite, Evelyn, I visited your soap factory, Sabuni, that is already, doing a lot of work. And I wish you can set up here, scale, expand capacity, and reach the frontiers. So with that, once again, you're very welcome, and let's debate, let's discuss business, let's create partnership, and take our country forward. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for the chairman. I noticed the chairman had a speech, but he decided to do what he normally does best, which is speak from his heart. So we want to thank you. At the back, I had people saying you need to be a politician. I said, no, he's an investment analyst. So let us keep him there. Our chief guest, I had wanted our translator to come and translate these very two powerful speeches. So Adesami, please come. I specifically, chief guest as he comes, wanted to speak to the issue of the FID. And I know that the DRC and Uganda are working on a memorandum and a framework to support the development of the oil and gas industry in the DRC. So them joining the treaty and the community even fast tracks this conversation. So I really want to appreciate the chair for raising this issue.
En bref, la première personne a d'abord accueilli tout le monde, y compris la délégation venue de Congo démocratique, République démocratique du Congo, et les ont accueillis tous les membres. Et aussi, il a parlé de l'investissement ici en Ouganda, et comment dans cette région, ça sera important pour nous ici et pour vous aussi, pour tout le monde. Il a parlé de ce programme et il a mentionné que notre région, c'est-à-dire West Nile, c'est un milieu très stratégique pour investir. Il a aussi mentionné tous ceux-là qui ont aidé, supporté cette conférence, c'est-à-dire des différentes organisations qui ont supporté, et il a remercié même les autorités locales et tout le monde. Donc il a donné des exemples de ceux-là qui sont des grands investisseurs qui ont déjà commencé avec leur investissement ici en Ouganda et surtout dans notre région. Donc la deuxième personne, elle a parlé de l'origine de l'investissement qui a commencé depuis 1986. Donc il a signalé aussi des montants qui est déjà signé, par exemple de 10 billions de dollars qui vont être pour l'investissement. Il a aussi donné l'exemple que quand nous allons investir ici, on aura une exportation de nos produits dans les autres pays également. L'exportation, il a parlé également des entreprises et celles qui ont déjà entrepris. Il a mentionné quelques exemples de personnes qui sont déjà des investisseurs locaux. Merci beaucoup.
Merci. Thank you so much. Let's now turn to the screens. I want you, ladies and gentlemen, to turn to the screens in the room. We have a very short video, a 2-minute video, the journey of industrialization, the bankable projects here in West Nile. To the technical team, let's run that short clip.
Uganda Investment Authority is mandated with promoting, attracting, facilitating, and registering investments in Uganda. The West Nile Uganda Investment Authority is mandated with promoting, attracting, facilitating, and registering investments in Uganda. The West Nile Investment Summit aims at promoting investment for local economic development of the West Nile region. The West Nile region is endowed with natural resources that support commercial agriculture and a consumer base of 2,988,300 people. On Tuesday, 29 March 2022, the Democratic Republic of Congo joined the East African Community, becoming the 7th partner state. The admission of the Democratic Republic of Congo into the East African Community comes with increased GDP and expanded market size, which is mutually beneficial to the people of both East African Community and the Democratic Republic of Congo by providing employment and investment opportunities. West Nile has a wide range of investment opportunities across several sectors. Uganda Investment Authority is supporting potential investors to seize these opportunities by providing market-proven business cases supported by financial analysis, a conducive investment regime, and project-associated risks and assumptions.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the team that put this together. Please note that the bankable projects are in the magazine, the Summit magazine. There are 42 bankable projects. And because of the summit itself, the conversation that is still ongoing, I want in a very special way, for example, your chief guest. In the morning, we had a separate conversation on investing in sports and sports facilities in this country. And Arua is leading us in that conversation with the new project coming up with the Arua Municipality Stadium. And I think that model that Arua is already picking is something we can actually drive with the private sector, because government's commitments, as you heard the chair of NEBI saying, please work on these roads. I think for some of these areas, the private sector, especially our investors, can actually invest in sports facilities across the region and make a return on investment, because the model Arua has picked, where the stadium is inside a mall, is an excellent idea. So the mall itself makes money, and the stadium is available to provide sports access for sport activities in the districts. And it's a space where we can actually employ a lot of our young people who are interested in sport. With that, Honorable Minister, allow me invite the Member of Parliament for Padiere County, Nebi District, who is of course hosting us here in this area, the Honorable Isaac Otimgeyu, to come make his remarks on behalf of the members of parliament who are here and welcome us to his constituency. You're welcome, Honorable.
Thank you. Thank you very much, our MC of the day. Before I begin, may I kindly invite my fellow MPs to come and occupy these seats in front as I make my speech, so that the audience can see that all of us are behind this great project of West Nile. Kindly join me up here, please. Thank you very much. Our Honorable Minister of Finance, Honorable Matia Kaseja, Amotim Giu Isaac Ismail, Member of Parliament for Padiere County, where we hope to have this mega dream come true very soon. Minister of State for Investment and Privatization, Honorable Anita Evelyn, Ministry of State for Veteran Affairs under the Ministry of Defense, Honorable Yuda, Ministry of State for Northern Uganda, honorable members of Parliament who are here, who I will ask them to introduce themselves shortly, the chairman and your board members, I do recognize and welcome you to this area, the LC5, RDC, ladies and gentlemen, in all your various capacities, I do recognize your presence here and all protocol observed. Before I proceed any further, please kindly allow me for my honorable colleagues to just briefly mention their names and the constituencies they come from, please. Thank you. I think some of the mics are working along your area.
I take this opportunity to welcome everybody who has come here in your various capacities. In our culture where we are seated, it is the woman who welcomes the visitors. I therefore take it upon myself to welcome all of you as the woman MP of Nebi District. By names, I'm Ashibu Agnes, woman MP of Nebi. Feel at here, feel at home. Thank you very much.
The chief guest, and all the participants in this very wonderful symposium today. I'm Okumu Gabriel, Member of Parliament for Okoro constituency in Zombo district, and also an upcoming entrepreneur. We have been challenged, and I think government is doing it is very, very level-based to make sure that our people can take the lead into the industrialization of our country. I hope this summit should continue in other districts in order to incite, to ignite our people to actually move from subsistence to commercial and industrialization of our country. I thank all of you. I'm humbled for having participated in this symposium. Thank you.
Our chief guest, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Joanne Aniku Okia, and I represent the people of Madi Okolo District. I'm a tourism entrepreneur turned member of parliament, and just for the few minutes that I've sat here, I've learned so much, and we hope that when Madi Okolo's turn comes to establish the industrial park, that we'll do it as beautifully and as wonderfully as it has been done here. Thank you so much.
Please, we go to this side, please. Thank you. Let's try to make it very brief, please, due to time. Thank you. Please.
All protocols observed. Our chief guest, my name is B. Kaloren Songa, Member of Parliament for Ora County in Zombo District, and I'm also the chair of the West Nile Parliamentary Caucus. In Parliament, I chair the Committee on Climate Change, and I sit on the Natural Resources Committee. When you talk about electricity and water, they are on my fingertips. But I wanted to add that Honorable Joanne Okia is my vice chair for the West Nile Parliamentary Caucus. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, our chief guest tonight, Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Honorable Matia Kasaija, Honorable Minister Evelyn Anite for Investment and Privatized colleagues, members of Parliament, UIA, the board and management headed by our dear Director General, all the investors. I'm called Hashim Suleiman. I'm a member of Parliament, Nebi Municipality in Nebi District. Honorable Minister, I'm really so grateful today that you are here to commission the cons now looking very big. I want really to thank Honorable Anita for really spearheading this for our region, West Nile and the Nebi District in particular. I really want to say that this initiative will really improve a lot of developments in Nebi and West Nile in general. I know our local investors, because first of all, there will be reduced cost of production, cost of business, because most of the things they used to move and go and get from, say, Kampala, they will get it from here. So definitely their cost of business will reduce in terms of transport. And also really, we have to thank our local government, the council, for really working hard to make sure that you secure this land from the landowners. Personally, and with my colleagues, we have been attending council meeting to see that at least they have considered this. And Honorable Minister, and the voice of our chairman about the money which is at the Ministry of Finance, at least to be passed by, the supplementary to be passed so that these people are paid. These local people, they have really done us a very wonderful gesture by giving us this land, which has no problems. You saw the chairman was here, LC1, and also the owner of the land plus his people. They all agreed to give us this land, which may not happen anywhere like they have done. I really want to thank them so much. And with this, I really thank everybody for coming to Nebi. Nebi district is my place, and we look forward for the real construction work of the industrial park so that we see our district really develop. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much. All protocol observed. I'm Ituka Isaac Joaquino. I represent the people of Upper Madi County, Madi Okolo District. Chief guest, we welcome you to Nebi to commission this industrial park. And take note that West Nile is in fact one of the regions with the worst road network, as it was already alluded to. We have got several loans for road constructions and other projects, but West Nile roads have not really been considered much. And it's our hope that with this industrial park, our roads and other utilities will be worked on. I thank you, Chief Guest.
Thank you. All protocols observed. Papa Lilian Obiele, the District Woman Member of Parliament, Arua District. Chief Guest, you're most welcome to West Nile. I want to thank all the members who have turned up for this summit. Chief Guest, the people of West Nile had reached to a point where they felt to get value from land, you sell it. Because the little they were doing, it was difficult to add value, and they would run around with the basins to look for market by the roadside, and they were selling things cheaply. So they reached a point where they felt when you sell, that is when you can see 1 million shillings. But when you plant your cassava, because you just have to ferment, and you sell it to the local person to make the local bread out of it, they wouldn't see 1 million shillings from it. So having an industrial park here, having processes of processing here, people will value their land, and we grow a lot of food here, but in a fragmented manner, in a scattered manner. We are hopeful that having this here, we'll get more organized, and we'll see the value of what we grow, the energy we put in the garden. We'll see the value, and that way, I'm very sure our industries here will not lack raw materials. I want to echo that if we connect the roadworks very well, it will be easy. I know we cannot construct in all the districts now, but we have land. Arua district already has land waiting. We hope that in the next phase, we shall also be considered. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my fellow honorable colleagues. I do appreciate. Jufaamiro mvoro wa moto magweba, we are willing to you. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Our chief guest, I wanted us to share this opportunity. That's why I called my colleagues over here, because this thing, the industrial park, will benefit not only this region of Nebi district, but the entire Western Nile region, and they're all behind it. So if any supplementary is brought into the house, be well secure that these members will rally the support for you if it is coming to Mvoro here. Allow me in a special way thank my local government team, which is headed by Orombi Emmanuel, and the cow, who championed and really rallied behind the achievement and making sure that this ground was secured in time so that we can win the bid for creating this industrial park. In a special way, our chief guest, kindly allow me to thank Honorable Anita Evelyn for her intensive work. And I appreciate her method of work, whereby she never works alone, always makes sure that she moves with the entire team so they all feel part of the success. And I think that is a very good method of working. So I appreciate you all for coming. When you came here, you said this will not take long, and indeed you fulfilled your work. We are all here again. We appreciate that. Distinguished guests, to our various destinations, we shall be looking on these hills of Mvoro with all the lights shining from the various factories here and the vehicles coming in and out, and we shall say that we were here and we were part of this investment here. So let us be proud of being here today. The launch of this industrial park falls in line with the third NDP program, which is inclusive growth, which is industrialization for inclusive growth, employment, and wealth creation. That is exactly what is happening. In other words, under the NRM government and under the leadership of our president, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, we're already starting to implement some of the programs of the NDP program. And that is why this industrial park is going to be very important in creating wealth and increasing, especially for the youth that we are having. With Uganda having a population of under 15 years old, to be over 50% of the population jobs to go to, and that will be very, very important for this industrial park. Our investors to be, our future investors and the industrialists, West Nile provides a very big hub for our area. The population of West Nile alone in 2018 was estimated at 3 million, and that is with about 500,000 households. But now we are in 2021, 3 years on. That means that the population of West Nile, including the incoming refugees, we are talking of a million population, and that is already a very big market for us. If we talk about the East African integration, we talk about the Republic of Congo now having joined the East African Federation. We've created more market opportunities for us that we shall be accessing through this industrial park. Uganda as a whole provides us with a very big market opportunity. Actually, the market of East Africa, as we speak right now, we have a population bigger than that of the United States of America. With Congo now joining, the population of East Africa runs to over 400 million. The census concluded for the population of USA was just over 350 million. We have a very big potential within our East Africa. So when we have 7 countries now going to work together for a common good of selling services and goods, I think we should actually tap into that market. And I call all of you members here, our big investors of our region here, the KGs, the Okabas, the Bobs, and other people, please let us take on this and make sure that we continue investing and make sure this industrial park actually does work. I would like to conclude with listing some of the benefits that actually this location provides. It was mentioned earlier, this location is actually having a proximity to the Nile River, where we shall have access to water. And also we've got another transport means through Panyimuru. If we access Noro side, we've got the ferry which is now running through that side. So those are all means of transport that we shall be having across, which is provided through the Nile. We have got the electricity which is going to be coming here, the 132 kV which is coming from Oluyo substation, and under the 2 substations coming from Nebi and Arua, that will power our area here. We also have enough security in our area. We've got a very strong SFC base here in Koch. That's already a very strong security for our people who want to invest here, that your goods will all be secured once you invest in this industrial park. But I'm happy our colleagues of Wenreco and Electricity Transmission are here. Hopefully before you depart, you'll have a word or two with our commander of the SFC in Koch on the issue on how we can extend power to their area because they are in total darkness there. And their equipment are getting spoiled due to the use of generators. So I do ask that you give him an audience to discuss this matter of how we can help extend power to their region. Environmentally friendly. It is true this area is very environmentally friendly, and it's good that our West Nile Parliamentary Caucus Chair is the chairman of this area. We'd like to assure you that we are not going to destroy any wetlands in this area. It is actually in a very good situation. So my fellow colleagues, in the interest of time with these few words, I do hereby welcome you to Padieri constituency in Omvoro here, Nyaravur sub-county. Kindly feel at home, enjoy. Before you go, move around and see how the place looks like. And I wish you all the best of journey masses as you go back to your respective areas. I thank you once again for giving us this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Asante sana, Honorable Mheshimiwa. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, kwa wameshimiwa wote wamekuja hapa wanaendorse project yetu ile ya taifa ya Uganda. See that my Swahili naenda kidogo kidogo. Si ndio? Aya. This is really exciting. It's about my 4th time in West Nile, our chief guest. And every time I come, I discover a lot of similarities between the West Nile and my people of Kisoro. So of course their hills are not as long as mine, as high as mine in Muhavura in Kisoro. But I noticed also, maybe for our friends who have never been to West Nile, if you looked at the honorable members of parliament, especially the ladies, the features are the same as the people from Western Uganda. I am telling you, we are one and the same. And I noticed it's because of the environment. It's very beautiful. We came at a time when it's been raining, it's green. Every time I come here, I see the features of the Rift Valley, and it's exciting to be here. Especially if you drive here through Pakwach and you see the Nile. If you go through Machizon, for those of you who don't know, that's a shortcut for us. Of course, when UNRWA fixes the other roads, we may not go through the park. But if you go through the park, then you get even to see the animals. And then your trip becomes worthwhile. And the delegation here that came through Entebbe has been enjoying these warm relations between Uganda and the DRC. They had a very nice journey to West Nile the other day, and they can't wait to begin investing here and working with the people of West Nile in creating jobs for our people and changing the livelihood of our people. So with that said, allow me to invite the head of delegation of the people of the Democratic Republic of Congo, Mr. Patrick Mutombo, to come and make his remarks. You're most welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause.
Jambo. His Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we are very, very, very happy to be here. I want to address you in English to show you that the DRC is back. I want to address you in English to show you that DRC is back. And it is for me personally very historical because yesterday, as you know, DRC has become the member of East African Community. And that fact is at the same time when we're talking about investment in the region, investment between Uganda and DRC. It seems for me very sorry, it's like the first time the man walks on the moon. First, I would like to thank Her Excellency Evelyn Anite, who addressed me an invitation to come here and to talk to the people of Uganda, to talk to the big family of Uganda about the investment in the Great Lakes and between DRC and Uganda. And I would also like to take this opportunity to pay a deserved tribute to our leaders, two leaders, Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni and Felix Antoine Tshisekedi Chilombo, who's concerned to build a relationship of trust that should lead to the development of our two countries and the region. This is not a secret. I would like to welcome the presence among us of economic operators and the representative of civil society from all four horizons, and more particularly the NGO, Action Communautaire contre la Pauvreté, ACOPA, one of the privileged partners of the Congolese government, which is operational in the fight against poverty for the progress of local communities in the east of the Republic Democratic of the Congo. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, since the accession of the President Tshisekedi at the Supreme Judiciary of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, it's not a secret that his program of action is based on men, good governance, and adventurous regional cooperation. I know that at that microphone, I will invite Mr. Mansour to share with you the opportunities of investment in DRC, but let me present to you briefly the Congo. And my address is just 4 points. I don't want to read all this is Secretariat. But 4 points, just 4 points about the presentation of the DRC, the legal framework for investment in DRC, the entry procedures in DRC, and the sector investment opportunities. DRC is what you are calling in Africa the door of Central Africa, with 9 neighbors. And the DRC, we has become now the member of East African Community, brings 80 million people of consumers and 2 billion of space. So, the East African Community has become a large space with most of consumers and most of natural resources. DRC is the largest river, the Congo River. DRC have timber, cobalt, copper. DRC from Great Lakes. DRC is bringing East African community to the ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, from this moment. This is why I want to introduce this word and telling the operator of Uganda, the economic operators of Uganda, the private society, to feel home in DRC as we are feeling home in Uganda now. And to come in DRC, because we are inviting most of you to be in touch, to keep touch with your friends, your sisters of DRC, and they're waiting for you. We have done most speeches. I've tired of speeches. Now we must act. This is why I'm happy to be here, and I thank you for all. And now I can invite Mr. Mansour to take floor and to present briefly the opportunities in DRC, and I thank you.
Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Planning, other ministers present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mansour Segona Kakimba. I know most of you might be wondering how a Ugandan can be that side. I happen to be the regional coordinator of PFAN, based in Rwanda, but also coordinating Congo. PFAN is a global network. It's an acronym of Private Finance Advisory Network. It's a global institution in 86 countries in all continents, facilitating investors in accessing affordable, sustainable funding. It's pfund.net. So I happen to be a country coordinator for Rwanda, country coordinator for DRC. Today we wake up to a very wonderful news, the accession of DRC to the East African community. We are very aware that a lot has gone into this, and now the doors are open. It's time to talk investment as East African citizens. Now, as PFAN, we looked forward to this in a big way. And I would like to reiterate my assurances to DRC and East Africa of continued support to investors, renewable energy, climate adaptation, and all sectors. Now, looking at such developments, we welcome this development, and we are looking forward to actually supporting investors that are going to establish here in accessing the markets. PFAN is a partner to ACOPA. I think we need more time to understand what ACOPA is. But when you talk of Eastern DRC, a catchment of about 35 million people, looking at Bukavu, looking at North and South Kivu, Ituri, Tanganyika, and other provinces along that stretch, investors of East African community will be so interested in this catchment. And now, as Mr. Okakamba said, the time is now. We are all East Africans, so starting business and trading with this region is no longer an issue. Now, our leaders have made a lot of efforts in securing markets, both within our continent but also internationally. But the wise words of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, urging East Africans to be, and Africans in general, to be inward looking as we toil to access these international markets, which are full of restrictions, access restrictions. Okay? So we have an opportunity to trade among ourselves, and these are some of the initiatives. So I want to talk to you. I have a very long presentation that I wanted to project, but may not be able to project, but I just want to talk to you briefly about the numbers, and we are going to share this presentation, especially for the business community, to look at some of these investment opportunities. In the interest of time, I want to talk to you about numbers. We are talking about a country of close to 90 million people. I think that is double the population of Uganda. we are talking about a country which is arguably the most endowed country in the world in terms of natural resources. Go to any part of the world and talk about DRC. Even the amount of resources that we have in this country are not known to present day. When you talk of timber, when you talk of minerals, when you talk of the potential of agriculture. So now that Congo is part of the East African community, it is time to actually package these resources really well and get known to the world, but most important, the East Africans. And then we see our continent develop. I just wanted to make a point that this is a country that is richly endowed, and I know from now on we are going to be making a lot of, trips, joint investment forums that will actually expose our business community to this very rich nation. Then we're also talking about what is happening today, which is opening this industrial park, right? Now, looking at the numbers, even driving through the region, any prudent investor will just think of the market. And any investor always, it's about numbers. So, is the investor targeting Kampala? The investor targeting Nairobi? I think any prudent investor, all the investments that are going to be set here, truth be told, they will be targeting Congo. In terms of proximity, it takes just a few hours to cross to DRC. So investors that are going to set up industries here will definitely target DRC. So, but then what do you have to do? So I'm trying to summarize the presentation that I had to make. What do we have to do? Our people are more integrated than institutions. I need to repeat that. Our people are more integrated than institutions. So the challenge is before the institutions is to make sure that we catch up. Because when you move to all these cities, all these townships in Congo, Beni, Katanga, Bukavu, Goma, you find droves of Ugandans, Indians, Kenyans. They have businesses there, but they are grappling with some tariff and non-tariff barriers. So the institutions, how do we cooperate? Uganda Investment Authority, Private Sector Foundation, how do we cooperate to facilitate our businesses across borders? People are struggling. Now I'm talking about cross-border trade. A lot of non-tariff barriers. So institutions is a very big challenge. Accessing to the community is one thing, but making it work for the people, the business community especially, is another challenging task. Now, as a senior consultant with ACOPA, the government of Congo is very ready and very open to actually cooperate with sister institutions in Uganda to make sure that these tariff and non-tariff barriers are addressed expeditiously, to make sure that integration actually translates into bankable projects, but also opening up opportunities for our people. Then I said I'll share the presentations, look at some of these opportunities, but I must underscore that these opportunities that we find in the presentation are basically flagship projects, different sectors, energy across the country, infrastructure, water, agro-processing, but everything in Congo, we are struggling even to find a priority sector, because everything is a priority there, right? And we hope that working closely with Rwanda and Uganda, we are going to actually be able to support our institutions and prioritize some of these investment opportunities. I need to also remark that there's a very big challenge which actually runs in the minds of all the investors when you talk about Congo. Two issues. Number one is the insecurity. Any investor, of course, in financial management, we all know the higher the risk, the higher the return, compromise on security. So investors perhaps will critically look at the insecurity, but we welcome the developments that are being made, especially between the two heads of states. Operations should, the operation that is happening to smoke out some of these rebel outfits in Eastern DRC. The joint collaboration to make sure that we put in place the right infrastructure. Yes, the roads and many others, to make sure that actually the business people are facilitated. So all these efforts are welcome on the part of DRC. Another aspect is corruption, which actually affects the cost of doing business. Okay? Okay. Thanks. Corruption, the cost of doing business. You all know, those of you who have been to Congo, different parts of Congo, especially the business community, it gets that high to do business, especially start a business, business registration, business facilitation, because of this vice. Now, I want to send a very strong message, and this is a message that I've been asked to deliver to this big summit, that we are talking about a new government there. I repeat, we are talking about a new government that has chosen to change, to turn a new chapter. And zero tolerance to corruption, especially among the institutions that facilitate business in this country, is one of the priorities of the current regime in Congo. Businesses, we want to make sure that all the good things in terms of establishing the one-stop center, facilitating the business community, register their businesses, among other business support services, all these must be corruption-free. And that is the commitment you have from the government. We want to bring down the cost of doing business in this country. That is a fact. The cost of doing business in Congo is still high, and you normally hear talk about dollars. We must bring it down, yes, in record time, by making sure that actual institutions are empowered, and that's why we are talking of collaboration with peer institutions across the border, be it in Kenya, be it in Uganda, to make sure that we actually pick these best practices and make sure that actually doing business in Congo is streamlined. I won't go in details on what we actually intend, but when we push peer institutions for these MOUs and making sure that actually, that is the idea behind making sure that actually we streamline the operations of these institutions and we get it a lot easier for businesses. And then establishing such facilities will make sense. Yes. I want to talk to you about the special economic zones. A delegation actually flew to Nairobi and they benchmarked establishing special economic zones. Angelo was here in the morning. I was telling us about investment licenses and all the benefits of having an investment license. When you actually get this 168 page, it's in French. We could also share it, of establishing these special economic zones that have been identified. There are 6 of them. 6 of them. And right now we're in the pilot stage, establishing a special economic zone in Kinshasa. It's on, and welcome investors to partake in the pilot phase. But again, in the presentation, you'll find a map that shows where all these special economic zones are going to be located. In other words, what is being done in Uganda, in Kenya, in Tanzania, in Uganda, is exactly what is being done across the border. And when you look at the incentives, contained therein, you find that actually most of them are similar. Most of them are similar. So all you have to do is to connect the dots, collaborating on some of these initiatives to make sure that they benefit the business people. So I just wanted to remark that most of the efforts that are being undertaken here in terms of facilitating investment are also happening across. So now that we are East Africans, harmonize some of these undertakings is going to be a lot easier. So I see Maurice wants to take over the microphone. Like I've told you, everything in Congo is a priority, and the potential is there. Just mere looking at the numbers. So we thank you for the invitation, and especially Honorable Evelyn Anite. We thank you so much. Uganda Investment Authority, we thank you for all that you've done for us in making sure that actually the delegation we actually partake in this forum, in this summit, and we look forward to actually hosting you in Kinshasa, in seeing that actually our business people benefit from the new development, and that's Congo's accession to the East African community. I thank you so much for your kind attention.
Mwami Segona, tumeshukuru sana. Thank you so much for your remarks, but also the conversation you're already beginning on the partnership we can build after this summit and the different memorandums of understanding we should be preparing for. In the same spirit, our chief guest, before I invite the ministers to speak, yes, Segona? Your reminder, I'm sure.
Sorry, just a quick. I've been told to invite the governor of Ituri. Ituri is just a province across, just a few kilometers across. And I think he's representing the governor. He's called Stephen Singida. So we'll be addressing you. And should not take a lot of time. Thank you so much.
I want to request the translator, please come. Singida is going to speak in French.
Thank you very much, Master of the Ceremony. I will speak in French because my English is not so fluent. His Excellency, Honorable Minister of Finance and Planning and Development.
Minister of Planning and Development.
Tout protocole observé.
And then protocol observed.
In the name Au nom de son Excellence, Monsieur le Gouverneur militaire de la province de l'Ituri,
In the name of His Excellency, the representative of Ituri,
military governor,
military governor, yeah.
je voudrais ici remercier l'organisation pour
I-
nous avoir associés à ce forum aussi important.
I would like to thank the organizers for inviting us for this forum.
Les matières qui relèvent de la compétence de nos provinces.
I would like to talk about the competence of our coming here. About our coming here, give clarifications on our coming here.
Notre système a prévu des compétences pour le gouvernement central, mais aussi pour les provinces. Et que, en tant que province, nous avons certaines compétences pour pouvoir agir, pour pouvoir faciliter et poser des actes en faveur du développement de nos populations au niveau des provinces.
Then in our system, in our system, on provincial and the national point of view, we have some system of working.
Alors, il y a 3 semaines, nous avons été en réunion bilatérale entre la province de l'Ituri et les 5 districts de West Nile. Les districts de Nebi, de Zombo, de Pakwach, de Arua et de Koboko.
We had been having a meeting, we from Congo, with the representatives from Zombo, from those districts already mentioned. We have been having a meeting.
Cette rencontre avait parmi ses recommandations l'organisation d'une réunion spécifique sur les échanges commerciaux transfrontaliers auxquels nous allons joindre des cross-border investment activities.
In the meeting, the main point was how we can do cross-border business.
Alors, la province de l'Ituri est celle qui partage directement la frontière avec l'Ouganda, partant du district de Toroko jusqu'à Koboko. Cela nous offre toutes les facilités pour que la proximité que nous avons puisse profiter à nos 2 peuples, à ce sens que les échanges transfrontaliers, les commerces transfrontaliers, les activités économiques et les investissements transfrontaliers puissent se développer étant donné qu'elles relèvent de la compétence de province.
And then from Toroko to West Nile, then he says that there is a high opportunity of investing in these regions because there is cross-border business between the districts which lie between the border region, the border.
Je profite de cette occasion pour demander à la partie ougandaise que nous puissions très vite, après ce sommet sur l'érection de ce parc industriel dans la zone de Nebi, que nous tenions cette rencontre bilatérale portant sur les échanges commerciaux transfrontaliers auxquels nous allons ajouter la question des investissements transfrontaliers.
Yeah, I would like to now request in this very workshop which we have, in this summit which we have, then we need to take up the issues for investments very serious.
Le district de la province de l'Ituri fait face à certains problèmes sécuritaires sur lesquels nous travaillons. Nous saluons la mutualisation des efforts ou de nos forces de défense entre l'armée ougandaise et congolaise et nous pensons que très bientôt ces problèmes sécuritaires pourront être résolus afin de permettre au secteur économique de pouvoir se relancer et de pouvoir se développer.
Yeah, I know that in the Ituri region there are some security or some problems as far as security is concerned. Then I would also request that we do all what we can to render this place or to make this place peaceful, both sides.
Pour terminer, je vais ici rappeler que la province de l'Ituri a plus ou moins 9 millions d'habitants. C'est un marché énorme. La province de l'Ituri est la porte d'entrée de toutes les provinces de la partie ouest de la RDC qui dépendent de l'industrie ougandaise ou des industries de la East African Community.
And then I would like to conclude by saying that in Ituri region, most people depend on Uganda, depend on things which come from Uganda. So I would like this cooperation to continue.
Et enfin, je vais profiter de la présence de son Excellence, Monsieur le Ministre des Finances, pour rappeler les projets du développement des infrastructures. The road project between Goli and Bunia. We have already inspected the road with the people from Ugandan National Road Authority. We have already make the studies, the beginning of the studies. That road is our priority because it will link Ugandan side, Nebi district, and all this part of West Nile to Ituri province.
J'aimerais que vraiment la route qui passe à partir de Goli soit vraiment faite puisque c'est très très stratégique pour toute activité commerciale ici.
If His Excellency Minister of Finance can take our voice,
si le ministère
the government, the
des
Ugandan
Finances pourrait
government,
prendre ça au sérieux,
to help those people who are waiting, to whom who have already said that Uganda and Congo will build this road.
Et si vraiment on croit que vraiment cette route est construite, vraiment ça va nous aider beaucoup.
Et enfin, for to close,
pour
je
terminer,
tiens à remercier l'organisation,
en la fin,
à remercier the Ugandan Investment Authority
I would
pour
like
nous
to
avoir associés,
thank the Uganda Investment Authority,
mais aussi tous les districts frères de
and
Nebi,
also,
Pakwach,
and
Arua,
and also
Zombo
sister
and others,
districts
pour nous avoir associés afin que nous
for
puissions ici
associating us,
rassurer la partie
for
ougandaise
assuring us
que l'Ituri en tant que province
to say
tient,
Ituri as a province
tient à l'amélioration des relations transfrontalières entre le peuple de la partie ougandaise et la population iturienne.
to really bring in DRC Congo and in particular Ituri for all investments.
J'ai amené avec moi quelques 5 copies de la carte postale de la province de l'Ituri, a profile of Ituri province,
I've come with some maps of
which can show
Ituri province.
some opportunity, some
We can also
potential
show you
that
some
we have in Ituri.
J'aimerais vous montrer aussi quelques cartes pour Ituri.
Afin que les opérateurs économiques, les investisseurs qui sont ici, mais aussi la Ugandan Investment Authority, puissent avoir une idée de ce que l'Ituri possède comme potentiel, mais aussi de son organisation sur le plan géographique, mais aussi de la disparité des grandes agglomérations où la population dépend à 90% de l'industrie ougandaise et de la East African Community.
Yeah, I want to show the map so that you know very well the map of Ituri, and you know also very well that much of the population from that side of Ituri depends on our resources here.
Pour nous, en tant que gouvernement provincial, nous allons sensibiliser les opérateurs économiques et les investisseurs congolais. À l'instant, nous sommes devenus membres de la East African Community. L'équipe de la Ugandan Investment Authority l'a dit, we become domestic investors from yesterday.
Yeah, il a dit que nous sommes déjà devenus les investisseurs locaux, mais domestiques dans cette région. Nous sommes déjà une partie de l'Afrique de l'Est.
Nous allons sensibiliser nos opérateurs économiques et nos investisseurs que la donne vient de changer. Ils sont devenus investisseurs domestiques en Ouganda et éventuellement appeler les opérateurs économiques ougandais à aller explorer les opportunités d'investissement en RDC, particulièrement en province de l'Ituri.
We shall also inform our people there that they are now part of investors here, even they can be part of investors here in Uganda, as Ugandans who are here can also go there to invest in Congo.
Enfin, je m'arrête là en espérant qu'une rencontre bilatérale entre les opérateurs économiques de la West Nile, dont les districts sont ici présents, et ceux des districts ou de la province de l'Ituri pourra avoir lieu afin que nous puissions très vite mettre en pratique l'entrée de la RDC dans la East African Community, mais aussi améliorer les échanges transfrontaliers sur le plan commercial, économique et des investissements au bénéfice de nos populations de deux pays. Je dis et je vous remercie.
Yeah, I would wish that a similar conference also takes place in Congo, so that we carry out what has been talked about quickly for the good of our place.
Très
of
bonne
this
suite
region. Thank
des
you.
travaux à tous les
I stop-
participants.
Yeah, I stop here. I thank everybody.
Surely, thunderous applause for the DRC team. Our chief guest, I thought myself and Honorable Anita were the only ones who knew French, but I was happy that when they were speaking French, point after point, myself and Anita were joined by several Ugandans who seem to know French. So, merci, merci. Thank you so much for understanding the French. Our chief guest, I always tell people that relationships build trade investment very quickly. So our people here in West Nile have always encouraged them. If they can begin picking their partners from across the border, this begins to ease our doing of business with our partners. But to do that, you must learn some French. Sasa naomba watu wa West Nile, hii lugha ya French, sasa nataka tuende kwa shule how do you say study in French? No, eh? Écoutez, étudier, education, étudier, to learn, il est étudier. And in Swahili, how do you say to learn? Twende kwa shule, kusome. Twende tusome ile French kwa shule. Si wabibi wote when you open your mouth unasema ile lugha ya French, wanakuja Uganda. Na ile investment inakuja, na hiyo yote tunaenda Congo, tunafanya investment, si ndio? All right, I thought that would wake up my brothers and sisters. I know we need some sugar in the system, and lunch is served, but before that, allow me to invite the chairman of Uganda Investment Authority to invite our Minister of State for Northern Uganda, who will invite her colleagues to speak. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. It's now my profound opportunity to invite the Honorable Minister of State for Northern Uganda, Honorable Grace Kiwachwin, to come and address.
Let me do this so that I can also put off my mask. The Honorable Minister of Finance, Honorable Matia Kasaija, we always call him Big Daddy, because where he is, things can happen. Honorable Anite, my sister, Minister of State for Privatization and Investment, Minister Huda Olero, my sister, Minister of State for Veteran Affairs, the members of Parliament, the delegation from DR Congo, the district leaders, chairpersons, and RDCs here, the Investment Authority, your staff, ED, and all of you who have come here, and all of you ladies and gentlemen. I'm so delighted to be here speaking at this investment symposium today. Yesterday I was coming from Omoro, where we buried our late Right Honorable Speaker, and when I reached here I saw too much light, and I said, no, this is not Nebi district, where are we? And that is why I asked Honorable Anita, I said, after this, what? Will the lights continue, or there is going to be darkness? What will we start with? Because after this, we really have to start. I want to thank His Excellency the President for having this vision of industrialization, and Honorable Minister Kasaija for picking it up, and Anita for running with it, because we really need to change our vocabulary. We need to change our vocabulary from the usual poverty lamentation and a lot of suffering and a lot of negativity about West Nile lagging behind, to vocabularies of investment, industrialization, market access, job creation, just like the theme here says. And for that reason, I'm going to be a mobilizer. as it were. I think my office of Northern Uganda is responsible for pacification, and pacification really means mobilization. So from now on, it is mobilization for industrialization, it's mobilization for investment. I went to an international conference, and a Tunisian spoke on behalf of African, and you know the Tunisians are not black, they are white. So even within us, we are still thinking, I think this is a Muzungu speaking, but he was saying, we Africans, we should stop romancing with poverty. It clicked in my mind, said, what? What does it mean? We should stop romancing with poverty. We should think big. For us in Northern Uganda, one of the descriptions that has really tied us is subsistence. We do subsistence. We think subsistence. We should break that and start thinking big. I have seen the list of potential investments here in this book, and I really see that 99% of it we can do locally, because it is from local materials, from local resources. I only see very few. Now when you talk about cement bricks, is now when we cross the Nile to begin looking for the cement. Shoe polish, I don't know where we get the raw material from. Paint, manufacturing, soap, only few we can cross somewhere, but it is not also a bad thing to cross somewhere. We need to build on what we have. We have the potential here. So, Honorable Minister, when that Tunisian said that, quickly my mind ran to our names, and I listed 30 names of the allure from Nebi, from Greater Nebi, talking about poverty and misery. 30 names. I will not, let me just sample. Achan, Jachan, Pichan, Fuachan, Chanfua, Chanpara, Chanuroma, 30 names. I said, no, we break this in Jesus' name. And then I crossed to my brothers in Arua, Chandia, Chandiga, Alioru, poverty. Let's break that in Jesus' name. Let's change the narrative. There are challenges, of course, of investment, but we have potentials, we have land, and I want to thank this community that has given land. We have labor, and another one I want to break in Jesus' name is sitting at the roadside doing nothing. Really. We have resources, able-bodied people, able-bodied youth looking for employment. But how do you get the employment? Of course, we have some history relating to this. Also, our educational background is a little poor. Our transition from primary to secondary, to university, to tertiary education is a little poor, but we can work on that. We need to develop, we need to strengthen our capacities, we need to give more time to develop our skills. Industrialization, West Nile also has a history. In those days, there was a Koro coffee factory, there was Pakwach cotton ginnery, there was Rhinocam cotton ginnery, there was Ajumani cotton ginnery, there was West Nile tobacco factory, but I think they have also left us. They are not with us now. They are not supporting us, or is it us not supporting these factories? The raw materials are not adequate to run these factories. The raw materials are subsistence level. These crops need large acreage of land, but still we do very little. We need to strengthen this. But also, Honorable Minister, I would like to say that these institutions I have mentioned had challenges. And we are looking to you and me, to government, to compensate where they lost during the war so that they can come up. Because we are looking for resources. We are looking for access to finances, to capital. If Okoro Coffee Union was refunded, if Pakwach Cotton Ginnery was refunded, compensated, if these factories were compensated, maybe now that our eyes are opened, we can do things differently. Like the late Right Honorable Speaker would always say, let's do things differently so that we can develop. I want to uphold a few of our investors here, the local investors, the likes like Okaba Vincent with fuel stations, the likes like Bob was already introduced, KG Aduba with the hotels, and many others. We really need to break the poverty circle so that we can also be people with resources and meaningful resources. I would like to look at our interaction with our neighbors. In Gulu, government is constructing a logistics hub, a one-stop center, and it is soon being completed. And in this center, there'll be clearance of goods. And I have always asked myself, once it is completed this year, which goods is it going to clear? Where are the goods going to come from? We have a list of these opportunities that have been given. I wish we could start it tomorrow. The rains have delayed, but the Ministry of Finance and Government of Uganda is giving us funds. There is a Myoga Fund sitting with us. Soon the Parish Development Model Fund is coming, also going to sit with us. This money is coming here. I will regret if these finances cannot make a difference in our lives. Small as it is, it can be a beginning of a journey. I will regret if our parishes in West Nile will remain inadequate when other parishes in other districts and in other regions are progressing. I would really like to appeal that we need to think strategically. At the end of financial year, last year, in the northern region, we were mobilizing and were even trying to identify which were our real value list, but have not seen meat. I hear meat in Congo is sold in dollars, $150 a kilo. I'm told a goat goes for $100 or $120, one goat, and we have this land here. My point is, we have talked about market access, but I think this meeting and this investment should help us to analyze our markets so that we can develop markets for each of these commodities with meaning. And so this brings me to what I would like to recommend, because I know it's going to be a long day. I would like to recommend that for all the commodities listed here, we need to do in-depth value chain analysis up to the market. What do we invest where and at what time? Up to the market strategy. I would also like to say, and I have heard some people already say it, that there would be support, but I would like to say that we should strategically position ourselves and strategically invest. There is going to be no reason to say everything is a priority. We have to prioritize which commodities are best for us. The roads, I'm happy our Congo delegate roads here, we need them. We need these in order to facilitate our trade. We need security in order to be comfortable and trade properly. I really look forward that in the next months, we are going to progress Because for me, I feel like that child whom the parent is saying, tomorrow we are going to go to Kampala by bus, and he's entering the bus for the first time. Or tomorrow we are going to Dubai, and he's going to enter the plane for the first time. That is the excitement I feel in me. I'm looking in the future of West Nile, that tomorrow is going to be different, that tomorrow is going to be hope for our children. Also appreciate, I want to add to the voice of our moderator, we need to open our language. You cannot do business with one language. You cannot do business with Alur only, Alur language. We have to learn languages. We suffered one short story. One time, many years ago, we went to Switzerland, and we were East Africa and South Africa, and Asia and Caribbean, and then they said each continent should present some cultural activity which define them. For us in Africa, even no language could unite us. Because for us in East Africa alone, Uganda is English. Tanzania and Kenya at least some Swahili. So we settled in for Kiswahili. And so what did we do? We just did a small song, Hakuna Matata. Jambo, jambo bwana, habari gani, muzuri sana. That's where we ended. That was Hakuna Matata. That's what we ended. With these few remarks, let me invite you, my sister Honorable Huda Olero, to also say a few remarks, and thereafter you invite Honorable Anite. Welcome.
Can I take that opportunity of being an MC just for a second, and we give a special thanks to our sister who has been talking in a way of our cadre of this country. Can I say Asante Sana? Thank you very much, my sister, for those wonderful words, and all those who had spoken before you. Our Minister for Finance and Economic Development and Planning, and my sister, Honorable Anite, the members of Parliament here, our delegates from our neighbor country, Congo, and those are the people where a majority of my husband's clans are. I got married in a clan called Morodo, and 80% of us are here in Congo. That yesterday, we have become a one country. I need around 1,000 acres of land so that I begin to grow palm oil. Because now soap has become very expensive, but for us to reduce the price of a soap, we must grow palm oil. Therefore, I'm going back home to get a land and become a very big planter of palm oil. All the people here, Honorable Minister of Finance, I want to say that as a Minister of Defense, we are going to be directly involved in the development of West Nile Investment Park. Why? The Minister of Defense has a business arm, has a commercial arm called NEC. NEC is National Enterprise Corporation that does business for the ministry, and it is a proven company. It is proven in terms of the quality that they offer. It is proven in the quality of efficiency. If you look at all the companies in this country, we do projects at a lower cost, because we are not so much profit-oriented as a government company. We are so effective when work is given to us, we do it within the time given to us. Therefore, the construction of the roads of this park, I am sure it's going to be neck to do it. Therefore, as a ministry, we are directly involved in the construction of this park. Honorable Minister and colleagues here, we shall continue to mobilize the local businessmen of this area and the local farmers of this area. We have potential business people of West Nile that can put wonderful factories in this park. Well, we will also involve or continue to mobilize others, which is the major role of Honorable Anite and the Honorable Grace. As the Member of Parliament from West Nile, I will support you so much in mobilizing our people here so that they must be part of this factory and we stop that myth. I don't know whether it is myth or it is a truth, where we strongly believe that for us we are born to be poor and we continue to remain poor, which we can change. And indeed, with creation of this park, I think that myth will continue to change. Honorable Minister, in West Nile, in every household, you will get a veteran or a child of a veteran. Therefore, for us to succeed, that we shall get enough resources. As a minister in charge of veteran affairs, I'm going to take it as a responsibility that I must mobilize these people to participate. Because these are people who have looked at themselves and they have even branded themselves as a marginalized communities. Therefore, normally they don't participate in government programs that are there. Therefore, it is my opportunity to tell them that you are part of this program. Please wake up. Produce the resources that are needed for the factories that are going to be in this park. Please open the land. Produce so that we have enough local resources for the park. I have to do that because it is my responsibility, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, it's already 2. I don't want to waste a lot of your time and people's time. I'm very grateful that you have given me the opportunity at least to voice what I thought I would. And I'm excited that I'm in this meeting, and I am excited that this meeting is taking place in West Nile. What a dream that has come to pass. Honorable Minister, can I take this opportunity to thank NRM government for equitably distribute development activities in the whole country. If we had it in Mbali, if we had it in Namamve, why not in West Nile? And indeed today we are here in West Nile. We thank NRM government for that. We want to thank, especially I want to thank my young sister, my daughter, Anita. Anita is my daughter. Although politically people normally don't want to say it, but she's my daughter. I cannot deny her. She has my blood running through her. I want to thank you for being a very active minister, running left and right, and seeing that today this summit is taking place in a place we had not thought of. Thank you very much. I want to thank UAI. Thank you for those wonderful preparation. You have made the meeting very easy by giving us that booklet with what you want us to do, you have stopped us from asking so many questions. Otherwise, we would ask it. For us politicians, we know how to pin when we get a gap, but you have closed our mouth. Thank you very much for being organized. Please continue to do it more. Some of us, after retiring from that political sector, we are seriously planning to join entrepreneurship. May God bless everybody in this meeting. I wish you Ramadan Kareem, those of you who are fasting. Salam alaikum. Another opportunity has befallen me. Can I now take this single honor to invite Honorable Anita to come and address the delegation? Thank you.
The Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, my senior minister, my boss, my friend, Honorable Matia Kasaija, our chief guest tonight, the Minister of State for Northern Uganda, my sister-in-law, Honorable Grace Freedom Quinching, who is also an entrepreneur, the proprietor of West Nile Television. I believe West Nile Television is actively doing their work here. My mother, the Minister of Defense, Minister of State for Defense and Veteran Affairs, Honorable Huda Oleru, the members of Parliament from West Nile sub-region. I wish I could name you one by one, but you know yourselves. Thank you very, very much for coming. Mr. Patrick, bonsoir. Comment ça va? I want to thank you very, very much for coming. Uganda Investment Authority Chairman, board members, the Executive Director or Director General of Uganda Investment Authority, the financial institutions who are present here, Uganda Development Bank, DFCU, Housing Finance, DTB Bank, and all the financial institutions who are present, our technocrats from ministries of water, Ministry of Energy. We were expecting UNBS to be here. Our investors from the 11 districts, and I want to count them one by one, and I'm doing it on purpose. I will start from the gateway, and you know that word is very popular, from the gateway, and that is Pakwach. Let's put up your hand. People from Pakwach, my in-laws, where are you? In-laws, the people from Pakwach, by a show of hand. There. Thank you for not embarrassing. My second district is the people of Nebi, our hosts, where my husband actually comes from. Alur. You can see their numbers. Thank you very, very much for giving us this land. I will now go to Madiokolo. Madiokolo. Very, very good. Thank you, Joanna, Honorable. Thank you very much for leading the delegation here. I want to go to Zombo. The people of Zombo, Honorable Freedom, where are your people? Very good. I can see even NBS, our very eloquent anchor, is here, and the MPs from Zombo and the investors from Zombo are here. I would now go down from Zombo to Arua. Hi, Mingoni, Now let me go from Zombo to, from Arua to Terego. Terego, wadini, Terego anzirikiti anabia midira. Wadini alfo. The Teregians are here. Let me go from Terego to Maracha. The people from Maracha. I know the CEO of the investment head from DFCU is also from Maracha. We have Adole Mela. Thank you very, very much. Miradua Falls, which is in Maracha. And let me go from Maracha to my relatives, the Kakwas. Where are you, the Kakwas? Takloea? Aha, very good. We have the Kakwas here. Now from Koboko, let us go to Yumbe, my mother's people. Aha, I know them for knowing money. Those ones, they know money. Okay, from Yumbe, let us go now to Moyo. Where are the people from Moyo? Ingonia? Iminga? Wadin Moyo, thank you very much. Let us go to Ajumani. Where are the people from Ajumani? Very, very good. Thank you very, very much for being investors. Now from Ajumani, I would like us to go to finally Obongi. And we have an investor, a politician turned an entrepreneur, Fungaro Caps. Fungaro Caps was formerly an investor. Now he is member of parliament for Bongi. Now he's an investor in the tourism sector. So Honorable, we thank you. Welcome to the investment where we make money. My people of West Nile. What? Madi Okola, I already said, Honorable Joanna led you. I know all the 11 districts of West Nile. I know all of them by heart. I will start by a disclaimer. I am not planning to be the MP of West Nile. Neither am I planning to be any MP in any of the districts of West Nile, but I'm planning to make West Nile rich. So my people of West Nile, this conference today, or this summit, is about money. Let's talk money. Let's make money. Uganda Investment Authority has simplified it for you. Our president has guided. And his guidance is, in every sub-region, we must have an industrial park. I therefore like to first and foremost take this opportunity to thank the people of West Nile. My people, you did not shame me. As the Minister of Investment and Privatization, when we came to ask for land in West Nile, we were overwhelmed. We came, the people of Nebi gave us 500 acres. Chief guest, where you're sitting is 500 acres of land given to us. They said, issues of compensating the local people who are sitting on the land, leave it to us. As local government, we will deal with this. But take the land and bring investment. Thank you very, very much, Mr. Chairman, KG, the LC5 chairman, all the leaders, the RDC, the people of Nebi, thank you for your unity. And the members of parliament, you did attend the conferences. When it was a bush, you were here. Please let us clap for them. My boss, Honorable Matia, I want to tell you, just like I reported in cabinet to our overall boss, Mr. President, that the people of Madiokolo, led by Honorable Joanna, they gave us a big acre of land, 600 acres, and they sat in the council, and they wrote to us, and they've surrendered land from Madiokolo for industrial development. So land is not our problem in West Nile. Thank you, Joanna, and the people of Madiokolo. We went to Yumbe. The people of Yumbe gave us not only 500 acres, which was our limit, which was where our mind could stop. They gave us 1,000 square miles. 1,000. The people of Yumbe, Honorable Huda, thank you, and Honorable Odria, I want to thank you very, very much. He's not here, but the people of Yumbe gave us the land. So why are we here today? I told you, my people, it's about making money. Send anybody urozo zami didi. Your body shines if you make money. But if you're poor, your body rusts. My people, we are rich of energy. The most energetic people in Uganda are the people of West Nile. The people of Honorable Bahati's constituency say, no, we are more energetic. I said, no, even we talk with blood rope. We're happy people. And we have the energy. God has blessed us with natural resources. Our chief guest, our people of West Nile, listen. We are doing industrialization with Chibalo, with calculation, with Otita, like my president would say. And our calculation, we don't want to look at all these 16 enterprises. We are going to deliberately focus our people on majorly 4 sectors. One of them, and I am very proud to announce this, which is honey. We will go there, our people exhibiting. There is no better honey in the world. And this Honorable Freedom will attest, the Germans came here and they tested it and said there is no better honey in the world than the one from West Nile. Exactly, Honorable Matia Kasaija, the chief guest, is saying when he took honey from West Nile, when he went to Yumbe, when he arrived home, the wife, after tasting the honey, started calling him honey, honey, honey. That there is no better honey than the honey from West Nile. So what more testimony do we need? So my people of West Nile, let us add value on our honey. Of course, I added value to what Honorable Matthias said. Fish processing. We have the River Nile. We are not doing enough. We are just using that water for swimming. Pakwach. We can do fishing. We can actually export this fish, not only to Kampala. Our fish called Angara, Onang Nang, the pepper fish. My in-laws, how do you call it? Pedo. Very unique fish, not anywhere, but in West Nile, from Panyamur. So my people, we are rich. And why we call the media to come and broadcast about the wealth of West Nile. That West Nile, we don't want to talk about politics. We are tired of saying, meaning that our poverty we are used to it. No, we want to get out of the poverty. And the only way we can get out of poverty is by value addition. We want to do value addition in cassava. We eat the cassava, we can boil it, or we can process it, but we have not done more addition on cassava to get starch, to make medicine, because it can be used for medical medicines, in any medicine. And the honey too can be used in medicine. Now my people of West Nile and the chief guest and the people from who are actually my true relatives, and I'll tell you the story shortly, but let me first go on investment from DRC. The issue or the beauty of West Nile is that we listen. When we started putting all our energy in tobacco growing, so many people in West Nile sent their children to school out of the proceeds from tobacco. But we are not getting rich because it is labor intensive and the profit is very low. Once our president came and preached time and again to the people of West Nile and said, let us forget about tobacco growing, let us identify other enterprises. The good news is that my people listened and we migrated from tobacco growing and now we're going to other enterprises. And I'm a living testimony. And I will tell you, let us clap for the people of West Nile for listening to that call. Because for us, it is business. And for me, I don't want to speak. Don't look at me as a politician. I'm a businesswoman. I only calculate profit. Every day I wake up, I'm saying, how much money am I going to make? I used to be a politician when every day I'll wake up, I'll say, now I have to give out money. Every day, and these politicians are suffering. There is no return on investment. You invest in politics, they abuse you on top of it. There is no return. They will tell you, Suji, you're a foreigner. They will tell you, even you're not tall enough. If you're tall, they say you're not tall, you're too tall. If you're short, they say you're too short. If you're thin, they say you're too thin. I don't know what they want. There is no return. Even if you bring all the money from your house and you lie flat, they'll say you're not straight enough. So there is no return in business, in politics. Please, let us move where we can make money. I decided in a very small way, having listened to the president, he told us we should look at 4 sectors of the economy. One of it being industrialization, the other one being agri-business, the other one being ICT, the other one being services. Now, these 4 sectors are the sectors we're going to be focusing on in this industrial park. And the good news is we are here to show you the land. By show of hand, do your business planning. If it is bankable, we will allocate this land for you to start doing your project here. We are going to give you the land. Now you have seen the land. The power lines are there. My uncle from Ministry of Water told you we will pull the water. National Water and Sewage Corporation, the ED engineer Amayo, who is also an investor in hospitality industry, has told you water will be available. We are going to shortly listen to the people showing you where the money is, because our president has directed that money should be given at a minimum of 8%. And UDB is here. The good thing is my boss, Honorable Matiaka, said, oh, very good. UDB, kindly stand up. Very, very good. The director from UDB is here. Honorable Matiaka Saija and myself as shareholders on behalf of government in UDB. And therefore, and now that gentleman there is also from West Nile. So why wouldn't the people of West Nile not get money from UDB? Why? I think it's running, you know. It will be bad luck. So we will have to get this money and make it accessible. I know right now they will tell you they give it at 12%. The bankers will tell you, because there are 3 cost pushers. One of it is electricity. Now electricity, I'm also a shareholder on, and together with Honorable Matia in UETCL, all the transmission companies, UETCL, UEDCL. And I was hearing my regulators, Honorable Matia, you will help me and whip him, because he was telling us here that why would you generate at 7 cents and want to give it at 5 cents? Now you're going against our policy. You leave those issues of generals to general. General Museveni has said, give it at 5 cents. How it reaches there, we will solve the problem. Our president has directed, and his directive shall be implemented. For us, we know in this industrial park, it shall be at 5 cents. We will give the subsidy. We will find ways of making the electricity cheap. So just leave that to us and tell us how you will bring the electricity here, please. And I believe my senior minister will emphasize that point, because that is a bit discouraging, because one of the challenges for the people, I will tell you, for 5 years, it was very difficult for me to attract investment in West Nile. Why? The people of Wenereko, when you close your eyes like this, nya. When you open, new, nya. There was no power. It's like a disco light, nya, new, nya, new, nya, new. So how do I, even as an investor, think of putting my factory in a place where power is doing nya, new, nya, new? The people of Moyo say they call it Aziku. It doesn't tell you that I'm now going to go. It just goes. So I am happy that Honorable Matia, with your effort, you brought Electromax to complement Wenreko. And I want to announce that with the new ED in place, who is a Ugandan who understands this challenge? Mr. ED, please stand up, the one of Wenreko. Stand up. You have improved a little bit. The nya. Please improve more. Let us clap for him. He has really improved because he knows. And because of that, we're able to start our industrialization. But without West Nile being connected to the national grid, Honorable Minister, it will be very difficult for us to industrialize West Nile. So I am happy that by October this year, West Nile shall be connected to the national grid. And this is an excellent news. It's October this year. At least the authority that bids, that is the regulator, and the Minister of Energy, my Senga Honorable Ruth Nankabira, told me, Anita, for sure, with the fight of the MPs of West Nile, with the pressure they have put on me, by October, come rain, come shine, West Nile shall be connected to the national grid. So, let's count. You know, my daughter Treasure will come up with the timetable when I tell her I will be coming to see you soon. So she'll get the calendar and be marking one day. Crossing. So my people of West Nile, let us be crossing these days until October. And we ask government, where is the power? By October, because they've told us. We now have capacity available of electricity of 8 megabytes. And where the people of regulation, ERA, the director of ERA, who spoke here, has he gone away? You see, you don't take us West Nile serious. Honorable Matia, we have to get our whip out. I want to ask the MD of Wenreko again. Can you tell us what is the installed capacity of power in West Nile now? Before I tell these people to come and take the land and start investing, what is the installed capacity? 11 megawatts. What is the demand capacity? 4.7. That means we have to grow demand. And how do we grow this demand? By coming to do value addition in honey processing, fish processing, soap making. Honorable Minister, I went deliberately, and I want to congratulate the people of Koboko and thank them so much. Had they not voted me out, I would not be a manufacturer. I would not be a rich woman. Now I am rich. Yes, I really want to thank them sincerely. Because, Honorable Minister, today we sell a box of soap, and I make it. I'm a manufacturer. You like it or not, I sell a box of 10 pieces of bars of soap at 60,000. And I'm doing this because I'm selling it here. Other people are selling it at 65. Mukwano is selling it to you at 80. The price is skyrocketing. I wake up in the morning, I say, today, these people, they didn't vote for me. Let me add. I add and I get more. They buy. But this is what it is. This is business. So what am I trying to tell you? I'm trying to woo you that the money you have, invest it in business. The woman MP of Vura, my sister there, please stand up. She's in she's in hospitality industry. Thank you. Let us clap for her. Honorable Freedom, I told you, Grace. Kindly, Honorable, with really all the due respect, stand up. The people of Zombo voted her out. You know what she did? She went and put a television station in Arua. Congratulations. You vote good people out, you suffer. I'm not campaigning because I don't want the votes no more. But I'm campaigning for President Museveni. He's brought for you the industrial park. You vote him out, you will suffer. May I have told you. So, I am trying to tell you that what we are doing here is not rocket science. I have done it. Ladies and gentlemen, I need to tell you I did it, and I will give this testimony coming closer to my end of speech. What did I do? When the president appointed me as the Minister of Investment in 2016, I looked at the docket and I wondered what was I going to do. He gave me a very heavy duty. You must establish 25 industrial parks. And I did not know where to start. I went to my senior minister who has been my mentor. Please, my people, I want to kindly ask you, and my in-laws clap hard. Honorable Matia Kasaija, why I am very happy is he has been very good to me. There are people who complain about their bosses. I have no complaint against my boss. He gives me the freedom to fly as far as I want. If I want to give up, he tells me, Anita, please don't give up, my daughter. Wake up, go and work. I say, Honorable, this is too much fight. He says, go. I went to him and I told him, Honorable, We only have Namanvi. No infrastructure. What do I do? He told me, now come up with a budget, take to the president, I'll support you. I got a budget of 270 million euros, and the president gave it to us just like that. And we're doing the infrastructure in Namanvi. I went back to him. I told him, now, in Mbale, I found free land. Government had gotten it, but the squatters on it. What do I do? And why am I telling you this? I will tell you shortly. In Mbale, I found squatters. The land was not as beautiful as this. The land was largely a swamp. I found squatters. They demanded of government to give 5 billion. I came back to Honorable Matia, told my boss, you are the one who is the final signatory. Can you kindly sign for me 5 billion? I go and compensate and start an industrial park. Thank you, Senior, that you gave me the support and gave us the 5 billion. The squatters got out. Today, we talk about 17 factories in Mbale. Now, how can it be difficult for us to develop Nebi? How can it be difficult for us to develop Madiokolo? How can it be difficult for us to develop Yumbe, where the land has been given, and the problem is less than $1 billion? Honorable Matia, I will go and beg you, please sign. Give that money. They collected their money. They're not asking new money from government. It is their money. And I know with your good heart, you will not refuse. I thank you even for nodding in positive, meaning he has given. Please clap. Now, I want to talk about the theme, and I finally come down to conclude. And I've already told you, the areas of vegetable oil, shea butter. I do value addition on shea butter. And I'm not alone. If you're an investor and you're here, you're doing value addition on shea butter. Kumura, put up your hand. Very good. You see those hands? Honorable Minister, our shea butter from West Nile is being exported to Denmark. Our shea butter, where do you take Madam? Yes, Mommy. Within West Nile, she's already doing value addition. I will show you shortly as a gift. I make body Vaseline out of shea butter. So my people, what are you looking for? The land is free, electricity will be there, water will be there, moreover, you'll pay it cheaply in this industrial park. The only thing you have to do is apply to Uganda Investment Authority. That tall gentleman there, please stand up, my Director General. That one there. Honorable Minister, we have 50 people coming to exhibit what they produce in West Nile. And so I want those 50 people to apply to do manufacturing here in this industrial park. Please, record them, give them the land. We are giving land for free. We don't want corruption. Thank you. And I know you're not corrupt. On top of that, the infrastructure development, working with Ministry of Defense, that's why Honorable Huda is here. The Army will be the one to do the infrastructure development in this industrial park. You have vegetable cooking oil processing out of sunflower. My sister Hope, she's going to give testimony. She's there. Hope, would you like to stand up? Hope Ann? That lady there is a rich woman. Can't you see her size? Money. My people, let's talk money. Let's make money. She is adding value on sunflower from the garden. And I want to tell you, soap manufacturing, I've already told you, there's mining. There's Bob manufactures a lot of alcohol. I don't drink, but his wine looks very beautiful that you feel tempted, but you say, Badi, yes. You don't take, but he exports it to Congo. Up to Central Africa, up Congo, Sudan, so. And Bob is going to migrate from there and come here. You want to fuel to run your vehicle. Honorable Minister, we have Okaba there. Uncle Money, that one. He has Rock Fuel Station. From across West Nile, he has even now gone across the border and gone to Kampala. So fuel is available. Hospitality, if I ask everyone in hospitality industry to stand up, they will do. If I ask those who are into value addition, into beverages, they are there. So, Honorable Minister, why we are here today is to encourage our local people not to be doing it in their homes, into their small areas, that we should come and invest in the industrial park where government will give them all the amenities. Now, Honorable Minister, my final point would be in regards to my country of birth. You might have heard politically that I'm a Congolese. And incidentally, I decided to sit with my mom and talk to her nicely and said, but mommy, they usually say there's no smoke without fire. Can you tell me properly what exactly happened? I know you're from Yumbe, my father is a Kakwa from Koboko, what happened? He said, you see, when the war started, we ran to exile in a place called Aru. And in Aru, incidentally, is across the border, in Ituri province. And in Aru, labor started me when I was there, and I gave birth to you in a place called Hospital General. So naza Congolais. Wande konangai. So I want to congratulate you, my brothers and sisters. First of all, congratulate my second president, after President Museveni, His Excellency Felix Tshisekedi, for becoming the president, and also for you joining the East African community. You're most welcome. As we speak, we have so many West Nilers. And so the West Niler who is going to say that, oh, Anita is the only Congolese. We just celebrated 100 years. All of us were once upon a time Congolese. So we are in one uniform. So once upon a time, there was a region, sub-region called West Nile. And Honorable Fungaro and Honorable Atiku, they organized 100 years in 2011 of celebrating West Nile becoming part of Uganda. So you at home, the people of Ituri, this is part of you. That's why our president says there are no boundaries. Our president is an African. And I will tell you an amazing story. Just on Tuesday, Honorable Minister and Honorable members, and all our ladies and gentlemen. Last week, Wednesday, I went to promote gold because there was a rumor that we don't have gold in the country. So I decided that let's go and show the people where our gold is. So we went to a place in Bushia where we found gold. And the Chinese are doing value addition together with Ugandans. And that factory is called Wagagai. Once we arrived there, we finished what we're doing because it is at the border. When we finished what we're doing, we got lost. And do you know where we ended? In Kenya. 5 kilometers deep in Kenya. So I started getting worried. Wagagai is in Uganda. We said we are using shortcut to now go to Kenya. After we have done our things, as you know, it is in Bushia clearly with our border point, and they told us the border point. So my driver did not know the turn, and he turned like this and took us to Kenya. I started panicking. Luckily, najua Kiswahili. Tafadhali nilianza kuongea Kiswahili. Nisema, wandugu, hamjambo. Sema, hatujambo. Mbona unaendesha hii gari ya Uganda? Nisema, oh, I am half Ugandan, half Kenyan. They said, oh, okay, let's go. Tuko East Africans. We are East Africans most important. And that makes me to say the final points on what this East African community means and access to market, which is our theme today, which is mobilization of domestic investment for industrialization, market access, and job creation. What market are we talking about? We're talking about the market of DRC, which is 94.3 million people. These statistics I'm reading is the latest as of April 2022 by UN. Tanzania, we're talking about 62.7 million people. Kenya, we're talking about 55.8 million people. Uganda, we're talking about 45.7 million people. Rwanda, we're talking about 1.9 million people. South Sudan, we're talking about 11.19 million people. Burundi, 11.89 people. A total of 294.48 million market readily available for you to manufacture in Nebi and send out to the world. And I will tell you for sure, and this is a message from the president, we will give money through the IMIOGA program to our villages, our parishes, to do value addition, to do commercial agriculture. And Honorable Matia knows how to say this better than me. And once you do this in large scale production, you will do value addition in the industrial parks. So we will give you the money, the electricity, the market, and the transportation. Finally, our president has connected our country from border to border. We are only left with this border taking us to Mahagi. Honorable Matia, I know that we have budgeted for this. I really pray that when we finish these issues, we get the money to start this project, because the people of Ituri and the people of Goli, the people of Nebi, the people of West Nile, without that road, it will be difficult for us to transport the finished product from this park to Congo. So the market access will be difficult. So we need to get that money, Chief Guest. And in Kisoro, we've already connected. Our president has built for us a road from Kampala up to Raba, to the border of South Sudan. So we can access the border market of South Sudan. I have spoken so much, but really the final message here is, today is the beginning of the day for the people of West Nile to become richer. And you can only be rich if you come into the sector called manufacturing. And you can be richer if you do value addition on the identified areas and we make the land available for you. My people, by show of hand, who is willing to take up land to start industrializing and building a factory here? You've seen those hands? Those are people who know money. So, Edie, you've seen their hands. Let us register these people. Let them provide their business details. Let's give them the land. Honorable Freedom has tasked us. What is next? I want to see factories here. And I volunteer to also start my factory. Honorable Minister, allow me present to you the products that I made from the factory that I started thanks to the people of Koboko after losing election. And now I am a manufacturer, a businesswoman, and a minister of investment. So allow me present for you these products and show to you that it is possible that our people, and they are made in West Nile, better still in Koboko. So Honorable Minister, these are gifts for you. Kindly come and receive as I invite you. With those words, ladies and gentlemen, allow me kindly to ask you to stand up. Let us all stand up. As we stretch our backs, let us put our hands together for Honorable Matia Kasaija, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development of Uganda. Thank you.
Now you have seen the powerful women, eh? I have a very big job in controlling her. But I can assure you she's controllable. My colleague ministers, without necessarily mentioning you, you have already been mentioned for saving time. Our visitors from DRC Congo, bienvenue. The various leaders Chairman LC5, members of parliament of this sub-region, I greet you all. Good afternoon. The Baganda have a saying, Erio kanetonya, and I will translate it. Then you will see which heart is the best fact. It is a great opportunity, which I thank my minister, Honorable Anite, to have created for me this forum, because I want to deliver a very, very strong message in this meeting. Maybe let me talk first of all on relationships. Congo and Uganda. I come from Bunyoro here, just across here. Two things. One, when we are celebrating our King's Days, a team comes from DRC Congo. They come because they are part and parcel of that kingdom, in case you don't know. Two, they, you know, our brothers and sisters in Congo, unfortunately, have had a checkered history of insecurity. One time, we received refugees from them. Down, those of you who know Lake Albert in Ndaiga, a place called Ndaiga. So I went there to meet these people. I was working at the NRM Secretariat. And I said, welcome. They said, yes, we have come back home. They said, we have run and come back home. Those fellows are killing us. I said, you stay here as long as you wish, and until we settle things back in Congo, feel comfortable. So what am I saying? These borders of yours, these borders which were forced on us by the colonialists, is a shame that we should be maintaining them. Have you heard? Why should a Congolese across there come here with the passport? What for? Why? Why should I go to Kenya, go to Tanzania with a passport? For what? For what? That's part of my home. Can you tell me when I come in West Nile here that Kasheja will come with a passport? Can you? If you have got a stable mind. So these borders, I'm urging you, especially you, the young people, we must begin to see how to dissolve them. We can remain states, but we are one country. I will give you my own experience just to make my point strong. When I was studying in Nairobi in the 60s, I would take a train from Kampala radio station, those of you who know, just below Parliament. Move at 4 o'clock. I did not know how I crossed the border in Busia, in Maraba. The following morning, I would wake up. We are in what is that town? Huh? Can someone remind me? Which one? North Kisumu. No, beyond Eldoret. It will come. I'm in my head. I would wake up, clean my teeth. By 10 o'clock, I am in Nairobi. Those of you who know Nairobi very well, there is a street called the Heritage Avenue. would come out of that train. I would pick my suitcase, go via a street called Biashara Street, where they sell cheap things. The students who didn't have a lot of money, buy either shirt or whatever, and walk into the university. Nobody asked me, wewe Muganda wanataka wapi? As these days they ask me when I get to Kenyatta Airport, they say, munakuja kufanya nini? I say, kufanya nini? I have come home. How can you ask me that question? Why kufanya nini? So please, I want you to bear this in mind. These artificial boundaries that were created for people to rule us properly, we better begin to discuss them. So that a Congolese coming here, we all need to know where we are coming from, that's all. So that, because we don't also want to have wrongdoers coming around and running around. It's from state to state. When you go to America, do you have to get a passport to go to Alaska when you are coming from New York? Nothing. Just go with your ID. I'm coming from this state, and I'm coming to do business. Finished. So I always tease my people down there when they are asking me, especially Jomo Kenyatta Airport. I said, you know, there are those little girls. Hey, umekuja? Unatoka Uganda? Yeah, I said, yes, I am coming from Uganda. Kuja kufanya kitu nani? I said, do you know, little younger girl, I have come home. How are you asking me that? Have you heard the people saying a thief, a thief, a thief? I make them look like fools. But anyway, that is for the job of the big politicians, but I thought I should convey this message in this meeting, just to comfort our brothers from DRC Congo, that they are here. You are here at home. Please feel at home. Come and transact your businesses here. As long as you follow the laws of Uganda, we have nothing against you. We want you to prosper. When you prosper, we also prosper. Am I right or wrong? When your neighbor prospers, don't you also prosper? That's point number one. Now, going to the purpose of this meeting, of this seminar, industrialization. You know very well. No, you don't know. When the president appointed me as the minister, full minister, you know, I served there as the Minister of State in charge of planning. When he appointed me as a full minister, I was totally surprised. So I went to him and said, Mr. President, what have you done? He said, aren't you an economist? I said, you want me to take a full responsibility of that? Okay. You are the boss, I agree. What do you want me to do? Do you know what he said? One word: industrialize the country. Industrialize the country. So that's the mission now I am on as Minister of Finance, Planning. So when you invite me onto this, I say, hallelujah. My people are answering the question the president posed me. So I welcome you this opportunity. And if we have to kick poverty out of our homesteads, you know, the 39% homesteads who are still working for Kida Kionka. In order for them not to produce and we fail to uplift what they produce, we must have industries. You heard the Honorable Anita tell you money. On that one, I support her. Money. Me, I don't want poor people. Have you heard? You can't go and tell everybody that man Kasaija says he does not want poor people. I don't want poor people. In the first place, God gave us a country, you people who have not traveled around the world. Me, I have traveled around the world from north to south, from east to west.
I have never seen a country endowed like Uganda. This weather you are seeing here, which you people enjoy for almost 11 months, is a big resource. Now, I think in the north, they are now getting out of winter. They are going to what they call autumn. But in December, January, they were freezing. Freezing. I will tell you a personal story. Me and the late KK, Kirinda Kivejinja, were going to Yugoslavia to do some political work. Those fellows had some similar ideological concepts like that ourselves in the NRM. I arrived in Moscow and I found my plane had already gone. Because I delayed in Entebbe, I missed one woman, I missed the plane, the first one. Keke had gone. So, when I arrived there, the plane had already left for Yugoslavia. So I had to sleep at the airport. First of all, I had a big problem. I had no visa. I had no visa for staying in Russia. 2, I had no money to spend in Russia because the money I had was meant where I was going, they were visitors, they were going to look after us. But anyway, they were very kind. They allowed me to spend the night. Now, there was no hotel there is no hotel where I could stay in the airport. I had to go a little bit outside. As I told you, I had a problem of language. But eventually, I found one lady who could speak a few words of English. She had a sister who was owning a block of flats. So she spoke to the sister and said, I have a visitor here from Uganda. She is en route to Yugoslavia. Can you accommodate him? So the sister said, let him come. They did not ask me for money. So this sister, the migration officer, said, now you go take a bus, you will see a bus going. Now, the first time it stops, you get off. You will see somebody on the right-hand side waving you. So I go into my bus. I didn't see the first stop. I saw that he said it's 3 minutes, I will be arriving there. I thought he was getting 5 minutes. So I got a piece of paper, good enough he had written it and showed the conductor and said, the conductor said, that we had passed the stage. So he asked me to get out, and he said, first bus. The buses were regular, so I came out, and within another 2 minutes or 3, another bus now going back came, and I jumped in. Through, the lady was still waiting, I came out. But because I was dressed very lightly in a suit, to move from the bus to climb the stairs up to the flat, I was already frozen like this. Frozen, kabisa. What the woman did, she went and opened hot water and said, go and sink yourself in that water. That's how I survived freezing in a country called Russia. Do you have that experience here in Uganda? Weather itself is a big success. There is no real reason apart from our mind not being either exposed, but even those who are exposed, because I have a quarrel. I have a quarrel with the religious leaders. They travel, they see how things are done in China, they see how the things are done in India, they see how things are done in America. When they come here, kama kawaida. No change. So please, I'm inviting all of you to be agents of change. You have heard Honorable Minister telling you money. And I'm supporting her fully. Money. We must wake up and make money. And there is a capacity to make money. You tell me something that you will produce once we are prepared now, the market will not, that does not make money. Wake up our people from drinking Ajon only. Yeah, some people, they are not bothered. Because they see in Uganda, you know, I was talking to somebody, he says, I said, why are people still in Uganda? Everything is there. Then he said, that is exactly the problem. Are you aware that somebody in Uganda here can live from January to January without working and still will be alive? Don't you know it in Western Nile? Me, I can tell you in my district there, Kibali. I had a gentleman, unfortunately, passed away. When he knew that I was back, I'm at home. Very early, 7 o'clock, he's at the gate. And he used to say, I want to brief you about the political situation in your constituency. So he comes, he knows there is a breakfast with some bread, some eggs, whatever. So we eat breakfast together. At around 9 o'clock, he says, Minister, may I have briefed you? I have gone, thank you very much. But he has eaten breakfast, paying nothing. Now he goes to the town. Those of you know that place. It's called Karguza in the Chibale district. Those of you have ever passed through there. Now he moves around the shops and says, greeting everybody. Now, around midday, he goes to a restaurant. When he goes to the restaurant, there will be a good Samaritan. He says, Mr. Sons, I don't want to mention his name, since we are being brought alive. Would you like to eat lunch? He said, oh, yeah. So he eats the lunch, and then somebody pays. At 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, he walks home and goes to sleep. Finish, the day is gone. So one day we were discussing this matter of Uganda being so blessed, and one of my sons now, who is the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture, Kasura, he said, Minister, that is the problem. Because we have so much, people don't have need to work. But we should wake up, ladies and gentlemen. We should wake up. Let's mobilize our people to get out of poverty. And for you politicians, if you have your people with you, you will have very little problems. Unlike today, somebody they chased the child out of school. Honorable MP, can you send him